All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Conroe Independent School District Board of Trustees Board Workshop. Today is Tuesday, February 7th, and we appreciate everyone being here tonight. I think it's an exciting agenda. You know, we spend a lot of time talking about a lot of things, but for us as educators to get to spend the night really talking about instruction is what it's all about. So we certainly appreciate this evening's conversation. We'll start off with citizens' participation. In accordance with Board Policy BD and Texas Government Code Section 551.007, any citizen who has signed up in accordance with Board Policy BD may address the board regarding tonight's posted agenda items. If the citizen has signed up to speak on any matter other than tonight's posted agenda item, he or she is welcome to make their comments at the board's regular meeting, which will be on February 21st, when the board will hear comments about both posted and non-agenda items. Ms. Godfrey, if you would please call the first name, and we'll have 3 minutes. And I know we're a little different tonight. The podium is over here, and we have the camera set up to see the podium over there. So that's where we have it set. So Ms. Godfrey.
Seraphin Farias.
Yeah, if you go, there's a podium. It's hiding behind the column there.
Board, Dr. Null, everyone here, thanks for being here. So I'm like you all, probably a father, parent, grandparent of children in our district. Last month, I don't know if you remember, but I spoke about this podcast I listened to called Sold a Story. I don't know if you've had a chance to listen to it, but if you did, you may be how I was, pretty shocked with what I heard. So after that meeting, I was able to get with the district, and we had some other like-minded individuals that have the same passion, you know, that I'm feeling for this subject in our district. It's extremely important. I would argue that I have a kid in kindergarten. She's learning how to read. I read with her last night. But the district's most important job, right? Most important, I feel, is to teach these kids how to read. That the way. And so this meeting is like extremely important to me, and I hope that's what I'm trying to convey to you all. I've spoken with a lot of parents, and a lot of parents feel this way as well. A lot of parents don't know. I didn't know anything about this subject until I started reading up on it, and it shocked me. So just to give a little information, there have been school districts that have made this change. They've made some changes to the curriculum. So basically, I'm not an expert, but basically we have balanced literacy, and then we have the science of reading. A lot of schools, and I think we have a lot of teaching on balanced literacy, but science of reading is what we're trying to get to. That's the research has shown balanced reading. Like less than half of all students become proficient in reading, and with the science of reading, it's like 95% numbers in that area. So it's an important change, right? So some of the things like Highland Park up in Dallas, they made this whole change from balanced literacy to science of reading. Some of the things that, like in Texas, House Bill 3, that's why all these teachers are going through these. They're trying to teach teachers how to do science of reading, and a lot of the push is because of what essentially they found here. So thank you for being here. This is extremely important to all of us, and it's important to all the children in our district.
Thank you. Thanks, Doc.
Thank you.
Amanda Shepard.
Hi, my name is Mandy Shepard, and I'm a mother of 3 and a teacher in Conroe ISD. 2 of my children have dyslexia. My daughter needed one evaluation, and she qualified and began dyslexia intervention last January. We ultimately decided that repeating first grade would help her with confidence and also give the intervention time to get her back on track. She's made tremendous progress and is now reading on grade level. My son, however, is a different story. He began receiving speech therapy with CISD when he was 3 years old. We then moved to Lumberton, Texas, where he began private pre-K and continued public speech therapy there. And as a teacher, I knew he was struggling to learn his letters and sounds in pre-K. And when it was time for kindergarten, his teacher in Lumberton was concerned as well. The research I read showed that dyslexic children can have speech difficulties and that dyslexia can be genetic. My husband also struggled to learn to read until he received intervention in 3rd grade, and so I decided it was time to request a full evaluation. My son was placed in RTI there, and his evaluation showed that he was globally low, and this meant the testing showed he was low in all academic areas, and to qualify for dyslexia, the reading disability must be unexpected. Since he was globally low, they explained that he did not meet the requirements for a learning disability or dyslexia. This was devastating to me because I knew my son was capable and smart in many other areas. We decided that another year in kindergarten may help him. During his 2nd year of kinder, he was only able to read predictable text that was easily memorized. My concerns rose as I noticed he was not making progress. I asked about doing a second full evaluation in Lumberton, and they made me believe the results would be the same. So we spoke to our pediatrician and did a private evaluation, which did show that he had dyslexia as well as auditory processing disorder. After that school year, we moved back to Conroe ISD, where I took a job as a teacher as well. I took the results to the school from our private evaluation, hoping they would accept his diagnosis of dyslexia. I was informed that they would not accept the private evaluation, and we had to request another full evaluation. My son began 1st grade and continued to struggle. He was only able to read predictable text, and he was in RTI for 3 full years. After that, he was again considered globally low, and we had to hire an advocate and do a 4th evaluation, which finally did show that he had dyslexia, and he now is getting dyslexia intervention. I just wanted to convey that it was a very long and hard struggle, and I hope that we can make things easier for other parents.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you both. Appreciate you being here. All right, we're going to move into what should be a great discussion about reading in general and then reading in Conroe ISD. And I know we have some guests tonight that will be presenting as well. You know, one of the benefits of a workshop format is that we can have conversation. That's the goal. And so I'll invite our group that's going to speak. You're welcome to go ahead and come up, and we'll have a chance for you to be introduced here. And but for board members, and then for those of you presenting, I'll just tell you, like, it's a friendly room. You know, everybody here is on the same page, wanting the same things for our kids to be successful, and so please feel comfortable in your presentation, and know that we may ask some questions along the way, which would just benefit everybody in their learning. So, Mr. Hubert, I don't know if you wanted to say anything here as we...
No, yeah, just I appreciate everybody getting together. I know Misty had a hand in this as well, kind of getting everybody together, and so we appreciate it. The other part is, as we had talked about in the past, we're hoping that we can be collaborative and work together, and so we were able to kind of exchange some information. And I know that you guys have worked hard on putting together about a 45-minute or so presentation, which would be great. And I know that you know, we're here, and we may interrupt you with questions and all, but as it was noted, we're just here to hear what you have to say, and as it was pointed out a while ago, that we make decisions that are best for the students. with the resources that we have. So anyway, thank you.
Yes, you'll need to.
You're the clicker.
It's an important job.
Is this good? Am I close?
Yes, I'm hearing it.
Yeah. So my name is Nicole May. So I am the mom of 3 kids, 18, 16, and 11. Collectively, I've been a Conroe ISD mom for 22 academic school years, cumulatively. When my oldest daughter went to kindergarten, she learned to read. It was a beautiful experience. Every day it seemed that she brought home a new book she could
Sir,
read.
I'm sorry, let's stop. They don't have microphones.
That's right
they
here.
do.
So can you move it? Okay, you
Closer?
have it.
Yes, of
Yeah.
course.
It's like tied up in the back here.
Oh, you want
Yeah.
me to- maybe we switch.
We're gonna need to pull that.
There we go. Well, just.
It was coming through.
Again,
It was coming through it was
Okay.
coming through.
Is that better?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's
That's
definitely
much better.
Okay. Okay, so when my oldest daughter went to kindergarten and learned to read, it was a really beautiful experience. Every day it seemed that she came home and she could read a new book and she could read a new word, and it was fun and it was cool and it was just overall a really great experience. A few years later, when my oldest son went to kindergarten, it was really a polar opposite experience. He initially just could not remember the letters in the alphabet, no matter how much we practiced them at home. And then he would bring home these little books with a little bit of text and a picture on it. He would say, "Mommy, read the book to me first." So I would read the book to him, and then he would read it back to me. But I quickly realized he was memorizing the book. And so when the text got a little bit longer in the book, it became very obvious that we had a pretty serious problem. He could not put the letters, the sounds and the letters together to create the words to read. And then those really common words that we use in the English language, like the and of, with just a couple of letters in them, he could not remember those to save his life. So even if the was on the page 5 times, every time it was like he was looking at a foreign a word that he just had never seen before. So midway through kindergarten, we were called in for a conference, and it was recommended to us that he should repeat kindergarten. And it was explained to us that when he was ready to read, he would read. So it's reading readiness is what it was called. And we said, well, if this is what the professionals are recommending, then this is what we would do. And so he repeated kindergarten, and the second year of kindergarten was like Groundhog Day. Nothing had changed. The curriculum hadn't changed. The teaching hadn't changed. His struggles hadn't changed. Eventually, he started to be pulled out for small group intervention, RTI, and he would come home with these little gray and white booklets. I'll never forget them, in these Ziploc bags and these little level literacy books. And he had read the books with this small group, and we were to practice them at home. And he had these little bookmarks that had fun, colorful animal characters on them, and these were his reading strategies. And some of the strategies were like, use the picture in the book to help figure out what's going on. If you hit a word that you don't know, as one of the characters said, so go over that word and try to figure out what that word could be. And so we used these strategies, and we read these little booklets, and we did our part at home, and it was a really painful experience. There was very, very little growth, if any. And so eventually we kind of took matters into our own hands, and we hired a highly trained dyslexia therapist that administered an evidence-based program. And so Monday through Thursday, I drove him to the tutor's house in the morning before school for an hour, and he did that for 3 years, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade, and he became a very good reader, and he is a successful student to this today. When my youngest son went into kindergarten, he immediately showed signs and symptoms of the same problem, dyslexia. I think the mom before mentioned it's hereditary. It is. A lot of my life is explained now. So needless to say, midway through 1st grade, he was identified as dyslexic, placed in the dyslexia program in his school, and I thought, okay, we're good now. But by the end of 2nd grade, it was pretty clear that we were not okay. He still was really struggling in school and was not a successful student at all. And so we were, again, kind of at that crux of having to
So that's kind of where my advocacy work started. I founded Conroe ISD Parent Dyslexia Group, and I was really just looking for families of other struggling readers, and I was hoping that we would share hope and information and resources and hope. And then I hoped also that our collective voice would help to, kind of create some momentum for some change. And that local work led me into the Texas Dyslexia Coalition, which is a statewide coalition of community leaders like ourselves. We realized that there were, important decision makers in the process of struggling readers like legislators and TEA, the SBOE, school board trustees. So I'm a stakeholder as well. So just some basic top-side numbers. I didn't dive deep, obviously, but I pulled this information from the Academic Accountability Report from our website, our CISD website, and it's kind of a 4-year snapshot. Obviously, it's omitted the COVID year, but these are reading scores, reading star scores for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Obviously, you could go higher than that. 6th grade was actually pretty bad as well. But this first column here, the dark blue column, is students that just did not pass reading star, just collectively in the district in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. Yeah.
Is this Conroe ISD or is this state or what is this?
This is Conroe ISD. Sorry. This again was from the Academic Accountability for the report on our website.
Okay.
So you can see that just on a 4-year snapshot, we kind of, we stick pretty close to that 15% mark. So, every year 15%, and this is not even doesn't read on grade level. This is just does not pass the reading star at all. And then the second column is the economically disadvantaged students that did not pass the reading star. And I believe that our economically disadvantaged in this district is about 40%. And so this column to me is the most concerning. You can see it's quite elevated. These families perhaps are not going to have the resources to pay for the expensive tutoring or the time it takes to do what we did. And so as we listen to everybody tonight, it is my hope that we really keep these kids in our hearts and our minds, and if there's any decisions to be made, that's kind of where we are. Yes, sir?
How much of the numbers here, the economically disadvantaged that haven't passed the STAR is attributed to the kids having English as their second language?
I don't know the answer to that.
Is it on the website for you to dive into? Do you know?
As
Okay.
a district, do we track that?
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Well,
Well, then
okay,
we
we
should
can
be
ask
able to
that
provide
when.
So that's a good question
Yeah.
to ask
We
for
should
sure.
know that.
So perhaps it's a large percent, and then this is irrelevant. I suspect it is not. I'd like to know that, though.
As a district, we should have that.
Okay.
And they do. I think that's what they were saying. We just need to ask the
Sure.
others.
So that's really all I have tonight. I'd like to introduce Dr. Allison Peck. She is the Chief Academic Officer for Nyhouse Education Center. Nyhouse Education Center is a renowned literacy center, not only in Houston and in Texas, but also nationally. Dr. Peck, in our world, in our illiteracy world, is really all of the things. She has a PhD in literacy, a master's in curriculum. She is a certified academic language therapist and a trainer of a certified academic language therapist. And just to boot, she also, I believe, is the mother of a dyslexic child. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to her.
We'll slide that mic so you don't have to move. You can unpick.
Oh, no worries.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm absolutely honored to be here and to have this audience. So thank you guys for being open to listening. So I'm hoping I can make some connections. I am the parent of a dyslexic child who is now 25, so we're on the other end of it. But what his journey did, and I hear lots of bits and pieces and all the other parents that have shared, is I went through some of that as well. But I turned that experience into, I want to know how kids learn to read and what happens when they don't, right? And so I took my path just in a direction of, I just had to know. I had to understand this for myself. And through this process, my husband is dyslexic. His family tree is ripe with dyslexic members. right? So I married into this, and I thought, what did I get myself into? So I wanted to know all about this. So the first thing I did is become a therapist because there were no therapists in my area at the time to help my child. So I thought, okay, I will take that on. And I loved it. And it was interesting to me. I did not choose education. Education chose me. I want to be clear about that. It's not like I was looking to do that. I just knew I needed to help my child. And it was teaching structured literacy based in the science of reading. I want to make that connection because to you, it may be like, why are we speaking dyslexia and tier 1 all in the same boat, right, about science of reading? So to make that connection, what I was trained in, pains me to say, over 20 years ago, is a style which is based in the science of reading, right? They said that if your child needs to learn how to read and they're struggling, they need to do these parts and pieces. It was confirmed in 2000 with the National Reading Panel, and I'll show you that, and I have all of these articles that I'm going to refer to, and some supplemental things for you guys to dive into as well. But all that did is I was doing that with my own child who was pretty severely dyslexic. And then I thought, well, this must be what they're doing in school. Again, I was an educator. My first master's was in history. I assumed this is what they were doing in schools to teach kids to read. So I went through alternative certification. I went to the classroom as special ed case manager, resource teacher, and I thought, why aren't they doing what I was doing with my child? Because if it can teach my kid to read, you can teach any child to read, right? So that's kind of the connection with, we still know that those are the foundational skills that students need. Do they need the rigor of someone that is dyslexic? Do they need the repetition? No. But they still need those foundational skills in a tier 1 instructional setting. All right, so let's talk. I just want to do a global 10,000-foot view of the science of reading. And please, I love questions, so go for it. Science of reading, a few definitions of what this is, because the last 18 months or so has kind of gotten a negative connotation. I hate to say, everyone goes, science of reading must be phonics. It's not. It really isn't, I promise. It's not just phonics. It's an organized body of knowledge on a particular subject. And it's this collective body of research that comes from, you can see it up there, developmental psychology, cognitive neuropsychology, developmental linguists, right? We look at what they do too, as well as educational interventions. What is shown to work with students, right? It's not like we just said, oh, that looks fun, we'll pull that out. No, this is all based on 50 plus years of research. So, I always like to say this, we work with a lot of school leaders, right, including school boards. And so what I want to say is the most dangerous phrase in education is when we have conversations and people go, but we've always done it this way. It's okay. Don't be afraid of something different. And nothing is saying you have to turn your entire district. All I would ask of you at the end of this presentation is that you're willing to do a little more reading, a little more research, maybe even look at the own curriculums that you're using to say, are we meeting all of these parts and pieces of the science of reading? And if you are, congratulations. But based on your scores, I'm thinking that maybe not all of those pieces are represented. So let's talk about what those pieces are. First of all, we know that leadership is only second to teaching, is the highest correlation to student achievement. Right? You have to have knowledgeable leaders. And one of my favorite quotes with those that are decision makers is one cannot give what one does not have, right? So it's okay. The greatest superintendents, the greatest members of school boards that I worked with are the ones to say, you know what, I'm not sure I know a lot about this. What do I read? What podcast shall I listen to? How do I educate myself on what this looks like? How can you send me to a school that is implementing science of reading so I can see it, I can feel it in the classroom, all right? And we know that purpose of leadership, the reason you guys are here, is for the improvement of instruction. You're not here because you like to gather. I mean, you're a wonderful community. You probably would like to get together and gather as, fellowship. But, you're here to improve instruction, to make sure your kids are getting what they need, the best of what they need. District or school leaders select 92% of their reading programs used in classrooms. However, the most popular programs chosen are unsupported by the science of reading. And this is an important one. And this goes to the gentleman that spoke first. This is what we know. This is research-based, friends. This is not someone making up statistics. When kids go to learn to read, 5% It's effortless. Those are the kids that don't even need to go to school, right? They would be okay. They're gonna pick up a book and they're gonna get it. 35%. Okay, I'm gonna give you some instruction on how a book works, some general alphabet. You know, here are the sounds, they're gonna get it. But guess what? Research shows that 45 to 50% of our students require explicit instruction in the structure of language. They need more information. Those are the ones that are memorizing the words as they go through the books because they don't know how to decode what is happening in front of them. And then we know that 10 to 15% are very challenging, and those are the ones that need intensive intervention that are going to be diagnosed with some sort of reading disability. So my charge to you is, does it feel okay that we're reaching about 40% of the population if we're using a curriculum that doesn't follow the science of reading? That's my question, right? That's what should make you drive down and say, are we doing it, right? Is our curriculum quality? Instructional materials. All right, so now we have to talk a little bit about reading because it is my favorite thing. Here's what we know. Learning to speak the language of one's culture by being immersed in that language, that's what our brains are physically wired to do. Right? Think about historical context. History, everything was passed down in communities through oral language. That's how our brains are wired. That's how they were made. We have MRIs that say this. Learning to read is not hardwired in our brain. It's an additional ask we have to put on our neurons in our brain, and it has to find a pathway. Right? We overlap. We use a lot of the same ones that we use for that oral language connection, but they have to be grown. Right? They have to be proven. It took 2,000 years for us to go through that cognitive development to be able to learn how to read when we started coming up with the alphabet, right? And the sounds, and those are going to form words. 2,000 years. We ask kids to do it in about 2,000 days. That means from the time they're born to about mid-kindergarten, right? So it's a huge cognitive load we're putting on our students. So if we can give them really good instruction, it's going to make those neurons process faster, and they're going to get it. Even your struggling ones will need less intervention, and I'll show you the research on that later. And then learning to read and spell in a culturally invented written language requires instruction in how that language is put together. And here's what we know about English is very exciting. It follows a lot of patterns, right? Which I was shocked to learn. And I didn't learn that till I was like 30. I was like, what? There are patterns in the English language that we can teach our students. So they can be scientists. They can figure out what to do with a word instead of guessing, instead of looking at pictures, instead of reading around the word to figure out if they can figure it out in context. We want to give them some definite ideas of what to do when they get to a certain pattern. I just really like this slide. Reading has no specific genes to set up our circuitry or to dictate its development. Not at all, not even a little bit. When you go look at MRI, research is fascinating, right? We know that those neurons can get tighter, that pathway can get smoother as we teach our kids to read, and it gets even better when we follow the science of reading. That's the best shot they have. What is the definition of reading? I'm not going to go through a lot of reading models. You guys have been exposed to Scarborough's Rope and Simple View of Reading, right? All of these things from the reading academies the teachers have been exposed to. But I will say a basic definition of reading is an interactive process in which the reader instantly translates symbols into sounds to form words, which is your decoding, and then connects those words to meaning, which is your comprehension. You have to be working on those two things all of the time through various things. So, what kind of instruction should we be doing? Marilyn Adams, teaching students how to decode words in comparison to other methods resulted in better reading and spelling ability. Teaching phonics had the highest effect size in primary readers becoming skilled readers. We know if kids aren't great at phonology and phonemic awareness activities in kindergarten and they've received no intervention, guess what? In 4th grade, they're still going to sink. Right? We know this. Teaching foundational decoding and comprehension skills is more effective than other reading instructional methods. Teaching kids to look at the first sound, it's not super helpful. Not if they don't know what to do with the rest of those sounds in that word. So the what? Here's the big one, the big five. The National Reading Panel. Again, I've gone back and read all the original papers because it's fascinating. Maybe start there if you're really a nerd about policy. The National Reading Panel in 2000 went and did this meta-analysis, which means they had looked at all the reading research that had been done for almost the last 50 years. And what they did is they looked for those correlations of what studies showed that what they were doing actually had student growth in them. And they came up with these big five. Phonemic awareness, that's the ability to manipulate sounds and words. That's your rhyming. That's your taking off the first sound and sit, right? Leaves you with it. Phonics, that is when you start to put your sounds and your letter, written letter together. All right, so being able to manipulate that. Fluency, it's not reading fast. It's reading with accuracy at a speed to keep you at pace for your comprehension. Your vocabulary, that's important. We know we have to teach vocabulary. And then, of course, comprehension. Now, that's the what. How? They also said how we need to teach that in the classroom. These are the things that we always say we want to see in a curriculum in a classroom when we're looking at what a teacher is doing. Are they explicit in what they're doing? That means we're not going to put the letter O up, and we're going to dance to the O song, and we're going to eat Cheerios for the week, and the kids just know it's the letter O. No, we're going to directly instruct what that is. We're going to talk about how the sound is made in your mouth, right? What is your tongue doing? Is it voiced or unvoiced? Is this a vowel or a consonant? We know that it's a pattern. We're going to explicitly teach it. Is it systematic? Does it go from simple to more advanced content? Is it evidence-based? Not does the teacher really like it or it comes in a pretty box. Is what they're doing evidence-based, meaning that they looked at efficacy of it and they said, I did this 4 days a week throughout the school year and it worked. My students showed growth. And sustained practice. Do you teach a concept and you cycle back to it? You never leave anything. And then progress monitoring has to be in what they're doing. You have to do those informal checks for mastery. Not 60 or 70%, mastery. The kids in younger grades should be mastering these concepts. All right, so I want to put you guys through just a tad of a little lesson of science of reading. Because most people think, I don't know what science of reading is. She talked a lot, she said some things, she gave some authors, but what is science of reading? I want to give you one concrete example of what this looks like in the classroom, right, that I taught. What we know about the English language is what really throws us off is the vowel sounds. Am I right? Right? We have like 6 ways that you can make the A. Lots of different things, right? Some of those are just irregular, I can't help all that. But normally when you look at a word, you're thinking, I don't know what the vowel says. We have a lot of our consonants or one-to-one sounds. Like we know the letter B always says the. Done. We taught that one, we got it. But when you get to those vowels, you don't know. So we're going to tell students how this is going to look. All right? So let's put this. We'll talk through it if you don't want to participate. But if you want to participate, go for it. Good. I want you to look at this list of words for a second. And I want you to see what it has in common. There's a pattern there. So direct your eyes to the end. How do all of these words end? I'll give you a hint. Does it end with a vowel or a consonant?
With a consonant.
Yes, all of these words end with a consonant. You got it.
They begin with one, too.
They do. Yep. They end with one, some of them 2 consonants, right? So we have consonant that finishes out that word. What about the vowel immediately before?
It's in the middle.
How many are there?
1.
And that's important. There is just one vowel, right? If there were 2, it would be a totally different game. So what we know is that there is all of these words have one vowel. They end in at least one consonant. So we know this is a closed syllable, and that vowel will be short. Guaranteed. This is the pattern. There are only 6. I told you the English language is amazing, people. There are only 6. You think of all the words you use every day. There are only 6 syllable types. So now you're going to walk around looking for these close syllables. I know you will. I did the exact same thing when I learned this. Like, is this real? Does this exist? Absolutely it does. right? And what powerful thing to give to a child. Because what do we do with this information? We're going to take it, and then we're going to read, and we're going to spell with this pattern, right? We're going to give them all of those great words. Pit, nip, spin, pit. Unfortunately, some people look at this and go, that's so boring. So what do we do with this? What's next? We're not going to live here forever, my friends. We're going to keep skadoosing right on through, and we're going to go to more advanced concepts. We're going to get them in connected text. Now, some of these may be some dry sentences. That's where we know we can bring in comprehension. I want you to look at sentence 3. It is quite compelling. Dad sifts the sand in the flat pan. That's decodable text, because all of those are closed syllables, my friends. So when you talk about decodable text, they match the pattern that the students know and understand, so they can read it, right? That is their sustained practice. If I were to have this sentence practice in my classroom, when we got to number 3, I would stop the kids for I listen for accuracy, and I would say, ooh, let's do some work here. Let's do some comprehension. Who is this sentence about? What is Dad doing? Where is Dad? When did it take place, right? We can work on inferencing and advanced skills doing these sort of simple texts. Don't think it's boring reading that makes no sense. You have to do the boring to get to the really good stuff. And again, you don't live here very long, because you're going to move on to other pieces and parts. Now we move to multisyllabic words, my friends. And the word is transit. We're going to teach kids that there's a pattern in the way that you divide words. I won't go all of it with you. It gets a little wordy. But what we know is, if we were to have our students put our fingers underneath the vowels, count the number of consonants in between there, so that pattern would be vowel, consonant, consonant, vowel. You could draw a line between the consonants. Then all of a sudden you have your 2 syllables. What type of syllables are they? Closed syllables!
Yep.
We know what to do with the vowel. We can sound that out. And let's look at the second syllable. And the kids reading transit. Not because they had to look at a picture, not because, they had to guess that word. They know how to figure it out. Because then guess what, friends? You can go to longer words. See, I know you're thinking, this is it. Tomorrow I'm spending all day looking at words around my office to see how many closed syllables I can find. Because you look at fantastic. Oddly enough, the English language, the longer the words are, the more regular they are. Right? Fantastic. A kid might get to that and go, no, too long. Hold on, let's use our strategies. Because when you can divide that up into syllables, it's fantastic. All closed syllables. Yes, sir?
I'm struggling here. I don't get it. So this is science of reading, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is this a different concept? What's the difference in what we're teaching, how we're teaching now versus this? Because I'm not bridging that gap.
I'm not sure if you were doing this in your classroom now. That I don't know. I am not a
I'm not
Conroe
either,
ISD.
so I'm struggling with this.
We'll get there.
We will?
Yeah, our folks are going to present after, so they'll.
So you can see what they're doing. Maybe they'll give you a sample lesson of their type of lesson.
Just hold on.
All right.
Again, because people walk away going, she's talking about science of reading, but I don't really know what that looks like. So this is just a microcosm of decoding, right, that you would find in science of reading. One syllable type. Because then your students are going to get to text like this. This is where we want to get our students, my friends. Right? Some people think science of reading is just phonics. Some people think science of reading is boring. I'm just letting you know that science of reading has a place with all students because it gives them the structure of the language. All right. Well, the science of reading is not, my friends. This is not a philosophy. I didn't sit around and think this would be great. It's based on research. It's not a fad. It's not a trend. It's not a pendulum swing. It's not going away. I want to say this, and this kind of goes to the scores that you were looking at earlier. The bottom one, 2/3 of students who cannot read proficiently by the end of 4th grade will end up in jail or in welfare. This is a known fact. Think about your community and what you want for them. Think about your window of opportunity. Your pre-K and your first grade prevention, right? We know by the state of Texas, now we do have universal screening. Fantastic. Check your high quality tier 1 instruction. Is that happening? Are you guys pleased with that? Fantastic. Make sure you have great progress monitoring in place. Make sure your MTSS or your tier 3 instruction, right? Make sure all of those things match needs to your students. Why? Because you're going to have fewer negative consequences. There's less early reading failure. And it's way more cost effective to get it right the first time than it is to deal with a 3rd, 4th, 5th, or middle schooler that hasn't been taught how to read.
Do y'all know, I'm so sorry, do y'all know what tier 1 instruction is? I don't mean to be like condescending or anything, I mean that genuinely. Did you know what tier 1 was, Datron?
Don't know what any of this is.
Okay, that's why I wanted to speak up. I didn't, because I always called it general education, but tier 1 is basically the general classroom instruction. The level, the teacher in the classroom in first kindergarten all the way through high school. It's a tier 1, no special curriculum or whatever, unless it's being brought in under the required records of training and evaluation of testing of a student, and then they say we need you to make these accommodations. Tier 1 is just your regular classroom instruction, standard
So I
classroom
get that.
instruction.
What's
Okay.
the problem? Now that you articulated, explained that to me, I get it.
Okay.
So that's general classroom instruction.
Yes.
Got
So
it.
when she says high quality tier 1 instruction, that's what she meant. It's just that we have high quality regular classroom instruction. Sorry. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
great clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. That's good.
Okay, so you know if you have that high quality going on in the classroom, right? You're doing progress monitoring, you're doing your universal screening, you're trying to catch those strugglers early on. And your MTSS or your tier 2 or your tier 3, right? That's where there's going to be some intervention. They're going to monitor that student for progress to see if they need testing, to see if something else is going on. Make sure all of those instructional levels meet the needs of your student. Why? Because you're going to catch those reading failures early. So really, I feel like it's a high pressure cooker to teach in this grade levels, because this is your one shot to get things really well, right? Before it's going to cost the district lots of money. So I refer back to this. And the one thing I will say is, I want you to look at your STAR scores. Look at the NAEP scores nationwide. There's a correlation, my friends, between about the 40% that get it and the rest that don't. And I think you can make that correlation there. The NAEP scores are about the same. You've got about 40% of kids that read proficiently. Those are the 40% that would get it anyway. So we got to reach 90 to 100% of those students with high quality instructional explicit teaching using the science of reading. They all need exposure to it.
But not all of them need the explicit instruction, correct?
They
According to
all
this
need
right here.
explicit instruction, right? Because explicit instruction is one of those pillars where we're not going to leave anything to guesswork. We're going to talk about that letter in a very explicit fashion and teach it in a way that can be no guesswork.
Right, I get that, but according to this, 5%, they're going to get it. 35%, most easy with some broad instruction. So those are, that's 40%, according to this. They don't need the explicit instruction.
But is it going to hurt them to know it? Absolutely not.
No, I'm not, I certainly don't mean to imply that it doesn't. I'm just trying to understand the numbers here that you know, maybe we can talk about, you know, how do you break that up? Like, obviously you're not implying that every student spends the exact same amount of time in every different, in this instruction. I mean, if someone's got it, they can move on to something else while you're focusing on those that need it more.
Fair point. So our ideology with science of reading is you expose everyone, right, to that good high quality instruction. But then one of my slides, it did say we want to create thinking teachers. If they can understand strengths and weaknesses in their students, right, which every teacher intuitively really does a good job at that, that's where you can start having fun with what needs to happen in the classroom. That's where you get really great tier 2 instruction can happen with those that are struggling a little bit. Those that get it, they can move on and do more challenging things.
Sure.
But you've got to have that baseline where everyone gets that same high quality instruction so you know you're there.
Sure.
Because right now a teacher's job is I mean, back in the day when classrooms felt like, you know, there was probably 4 kids out of a class of 20 or 22 that needed tier 2 instruction, right? That's kind of was my introduction into teaching. It's really not that way anymore. Our kids have really, for many reasons, right? Low SES, COVID, there's a variety of problems. That's not it anymore. If they're not exposed to science or reading, you've probably got half of the students in your classroom that need tier 2 instruction. Right? So why not just do it right the first time? Expose them to the whole group to the science of reading. And then the teacher can be very descriptive, very, you know, diagnostic of what their kids can do after that.
Sure, and I know we have science of reading in CISD now. I just don't know what, we'll find out at what level and how often.
Exactly, yeah, yeah.
So we may be doing those things, you don't know. We may be doing it, but maybe we can do better. I don't know. We'll find out, and that's what we're here to do today.
Fantastic, and that's all I want you to do, is just have that deep thinking and be able to ask those questions about whatever curriculum you're using. Like, are we kidding Be Smart? Because one thing I would say is you've got to give grace to everyone involved. Because sometimes we talk to people that they've just been doing what they've always been doing because they felt like it was right and it was fun to do in the classroom, and we just didn't know any better. And that's okay. We give everyone grace in this learning time of like, but just dig in and learn. It doesn't have to come from a company. It doesn't have to go read the research yourself. It's out there. It's done. And then what I always say, because if I had a nickel for every time I worked with a teacher who said, why didn't I get this in free service? Why didn't I come to the classroom? Why didn't I get this in my alternative certification program? Right? They just don't. We're getting better, right? Universities are getting better at this. So you do the best you can until you know better. Then when you know better, you do better. That's all we can put our stake in the ground because we owe it to our students.
Sidebar, why do you think that is? Why are they not teaching this stuff in the universities?
Great question. I think you have to look at, and I went through the same, I've been in a couple of higher education programs, and I teach in a few, I won't name them here, but you have to look at their administration, their deans. There are a lot of older that's just, you know, some of them kind of know, yeah, there's probably a different way we could do it. At this point, they don't want to. Those professors that have tenure, they're not going to rewrite their courses. They're not going to all of a sudden do lots of, you know, amazing things to set teachers in the right path. And now they have to, because there is a law, right? They have to pass a new test. They have to pass a reading teacher test. So things are changing at the university level, which is amazing, and I love, that's one of my favorite things to do is go consult with universities and say, let's look, what resources are you using? Are you allowing your teachers to practice structured literacy, which is science of reading in the classroom? Are you allowing them to go practice these activities right before they get in the classroom? So no matter what curriculum they're exposed to, they know what it looks like and feels like in the classroom. They know how to progress monitor their students. Because sometimes the overwhelmingness of being in the teacher environment is you can progress monitor all day long, but unless you actually look at the data and do something with it, that's not helping you either, right? So it's kind of a lot of variables along the way that we want teachers to get better at.
So at the end of the day, this correlation with the teachers in all of the school districts, it sounds like if it's not being taught in the universities, because we have some really good universities that you can get a degree in education. But if they're not mandating or teaching it there, then basically it's fallen on the shoulders of the school districts to figure out a way to adopt and put into place. And so the school districts do the best they can.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
So wouldn't it make sense to have some help for the school districts by having that prep or I don't know what I'm saying, but some kind of a communication with the with the universities that are, when you have highly educated teachers coming out, that they're able to do this? Or is it more allow the school district to hire an educator and then teach them what's best for their students? Or is that just kind of out the window? And I'm asking generally.
Of course, great question. I see a little bit of both happening.
Okay.
Right? I mean, there are some universities that are turning corners, doing a really nice job. I mean, I will say the University of Houston downtown, their Dean of Education is on board with this. Part of what they're doing is they're all actually infusing science of reading, what structural literacy looks like in the classroom, and then in lieu of that teacher going out and feeling helpless, they're kind of buying into a one-year apprenticeship, right? With funding, right? It all comes down to money. They're helping fund wherever district those teachers go into, so they have a whole year apprenticeship, so they have someone mentoring them in the science of reading in the schools, because it becomes a huge burden to schools. And we know, here's my biggest pain in the side with science of reading, and I love science of reading. It's all about teacher knowledge. And until you have teacher retention in place in the district, when a teacher walks out the door, you're losing all of that knowledge and you have to start all the way over. Because you're creating thinking teachers that can be responsive in the classroom, right? And so that is, to me, has been the biggest uphill battle with districts. We work with some districts that their teachers are leaving by like 30% every year. How do you retrain every new teacher that you have to get in the door, a long-term sub, a whatever, right? We know some states they're dropping that you don't even have to have a bachelor's to be a teacher anymore. How do you thoroughly train a teacher that's just walking in to fill a classroom to not only do all the other duties of a teacher, but also teach the science of reading? Right. I'm not saying it's easy. I am not saying that at all. I wish it were.
I have a question. If we were to do basically more or whatever on the science of reading, or the implementation of the structured learning and the explicit instruction, then am I understanding correctly that theoretically more than 50, 35, 5% would then not need Tier 2 instruction, which is learning disability or SPED or whatever needs based? We would like nip it in the bud before they ever got to that 8-year-old issue.
And some of the really sought after dyslexic, those who do research in dyslexia are even saying that if we can get early intervention to students that we know have a family history, that we know have all of those signs that are walking in the door, if we can do that quality Tier 1 instruction, guess what? Their time and service will be much less. Right?
So then
you're actually going to spend your time identifying the ones that truly need the help.
The 10 to 15%.
And not the ones that suffer from dyslexia. Like their teacher just didn't do a great job of teaching what they needed, right?
Is that a thing? Yeah. Did you make that up?
It's not a real thing.
But so that would leave 10 to 15. Oh, I'm so sorry.
That would be your true number that all the research says should be identified is your true students, struggling students are like closer to 15%. Just think what that would do when you could reallocate SPED money to other parts of what your teachers actually need to be teaching.
Or diagnosing more students of those 10 to 15% versus the others.
Right. Instead of having 1,000 kids in the queue, it's going to be closer to a true number because you're going to know if they get high quality instruction the first time, those kids that don't get it, they kind of stick out like a sore thumb and they can be identified so quick and moved into intervention, so their time there is less. The burden on everyone at the school. I want to tell schools, don't go hire more dyslexia teachers, but I'm one of them. Don't get mad at me for saying that. Do better in your first instruction.
I don't get that. I'm struggling with every concept here because we have a great curriculum that incorporates, if I'm not mistaken, it's what you always tell them, we have science of reading, right? There's always going to be a bell curve with kids no matter what. There's going to be some kids that are extremely sharp, you catch it right up front, and it's going to be, no matter what program, more rigorous program, you're still going to have those kids on the tail end that struggle a little bit more. You have to have intervention or 504 accommodations, et cetera, et cetera. So I can't see where this is a simple bullet that's going to fix kids from being dyslexic, right?
No, it's not. It will lessen the effect.
I can't see that because if you're dyslexic, you're dyslexic.
No, yes you are, but here's the difference in that. As a parent of a child who's dyslexic and has auditory processing disorders, I can tell you that through the proper instruction, my child overcame and went to A&M and succeeded.
I keep hearing this, but some of you don't know. I was dyslexic kid too. 16 years old, doing well, diagnosed dyslexia, moved on up. My wife teaches speech and language pathology. Been doing it for over 20 years, so I'm very well versed in the community, even though I'm not, not out shouting and so on dyslexic, which is great. I appreciate that, and et cetera. But there's going to be some kids. And I got a whole spectrum of kids. The expectation is that you want to move, right, this whole concept of this science of reading to be more intense, and we're going to lessen the amount of kids that are dyslexic. I just can't see how that's going to happen.
No, I believe it's a bit of a overgeneralization.
But that's what I just heard.
They're not, it's not that you're going to have less kids that
Overcome
are
it.
dyslexic. I mean, you are. If you're dyslexic, you live it. I'm married to
Okay.
one. I have a child that's one. I know what that looks like. So all that means is you can lessen the time and the length of their time in intervention. If they're introduced to some of these concepts through the science of reading in the general ed classroom, guess what? When they get to intervention, I can move a little bit quicker pace because they're going to be familiar with this concept, and that's where I can get into the more rigor with them and really work on what their strengths and weaknesses are in a smaller environment.
Great, but if we're doing that, then how do we account for the whole issue that we're having, if it is in fact an issue?
What issue?
I don't know, she showed some demographics that shows basically and attributed as with us not.
With the NAEP scores,
Yeah.
right, and with the scores that were shown, like, go look at your accountability for your district. I was just referring to the ones that were like the low SAS scores that were on for Conroe ISD for STAR. Go pull your scores and see what those are, and this kind of reflects, what a district is doing in the general ed classroom.
And so you're going to guarantee that those
Oh,
are...
I'm not going to guarantee.
The science.
Well, but if we're going to switch over to a one curriculum base, then you are guaranteeing that it's going to change scores, that all of a sudden we've gone up to 60%, that all of the kids are going to do extremely well at a much quicker pace. That's what I'm hearing. That
There have been campuses within larger districts that have done very well. You got to be all in. You have to eliminate the other variables. You have to make sure you keep training any teachers, that are new to the district. You have to make sure your administration is on board with what you're doing, right? So anytime you do a curriculum change, right, you have to make sure all of those other variables are cared for. You can't just plop this down in front of a teacher, give them a 2-day training, and say, now all of your problems are solved. No, it
I'm
takes a
still
lot more
curious
than
on
that.
the ESL piece. How much is that attributed to that as opposed to the curriculum?
I don't know what your district numbers are for ESL, to be honest with you.
Just real quick, thank you for walking us through the theory and the concept. Makes sense. I like patterns, so makes sense. But can you give some data on real, tangible rollouts of this and outcomes associated?
Absolutely. Like right now, I mean, we've seen a giant shift in Lufkin ISD. That would be one I'd have you look at. They've done an amazing job. Harlingen ISD, which has a large ESL population, they've done an amazing job, right?
But what does that mean, amazing job?
They turn their scores around. They're truly identifying the students that they're closer in that realm of that about 15% of students that need some sort of other services because they're getting high quality instruction the first time. They've made it their goal that they are doing science of reading in their tier 1 general ed classrooms, right? So all of the students get exposed to it. Therefore, they're creating more readers.
I think what she's looking for is like the ROI. Like after incorporating this system for 2 years, our scores have gone from a 30 to a 60. Or I think actual tangible numbers is what you're talking about.
That would be nice.
Yeah, but what I will tell you with any program, you're not going to see huge change in a year.
No.
Right.
You guys give curriculum a chance to go. You've got to give it a good 3, 4, 5 years.
Yeah. Do you have
After
a
that
specific
time,
window of time that you
It's
recommend?
about 3 years. We can see really good scores change around in the district when implementing science of reading after 3 years.
So science of reading is not successful here.
I'm speaking on science of reading. I do not have in-depth knowledge of the curriculum that Conroe. I'm not involved with Conroe ISD.
Science of reading has scientific support behind it, though. the science of reading
Uh-huh.
is scientifically proven.
Absolutely. I give
Yes.
you a small list here.
Where you at?
Are any of the other curriculums not science-based?
Scientifically based, yeah. I'm a results person, so if you can show me results, like, I get on board. So, yeah.
Before we go any farther, I know we said 45 minutes, but we have two speakers that haven't spoke, so is it all right if we give them another 20 minutes or so? Is that okay?
Sure.
Is that okay? Okay.
There's some resources up there, and one of them I want to point you guys to is there is a very simple curriculum evaluation tool, right, that I put all districts on. It is super simple. It's free. You have to put in your email to get it, but it's free, and literally it's a red X or a green check that's happening in the classroom, right? That's one of the best curriculum review sort of thing that I can show you. If you want to know what's happening in your classroom, look at the curriculums, look at what the teachers are doing during their ELA block, right? Is it matching up with that? And then that'll give you more information on, hey, we are doing really well with science of reading. Let's look at what else is going on, right? So why aren't our scores, at a better place or more towards our goal versus, ooh, I'm not sure this curriculum is matching up, and I think we need to just do some more thinking and learning about what we should be doing.
Do we have this presentation? Did we get this? Do we have this?
I forwarded everything I
We
got.
did?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Because there was some
Was-
really good stuff there, particularly those stats that you gave. Those hit hard.
And they'll be
like-
they'll be posted on the website.
Okay, great.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
great.
So, you didn't answer my question on, were the other curriculums that are out there, are they not based in any science?
I don't know what you mean by other
Well,
curriculum.
we have stated that science of reading is based in scientific study. Are any of the other curriculums based in scientific study, or is this the only one?
Great question. I mean, I don't want to name any, but there have been some studies on a few that do not follow the science of reading. They don't equip kids with what they need to be able to look at words and know what to do with them. They don't teach patterns of the language. They're not explicit in their teaching. They're not decodable texts. Right? Remember I showed you those kind of like the boring, but then they got really good, right? Is it decodable? Does it reinforce the patterns that the kids just use, right? Those are the sorts of things that you want to look for in your curriculum.
And how old did you say that this curriculum is?
Like
The
science
science
of
of
reading has
reading.
been around over 50 years.
Right. And so then why have we moved away from it if it's so successful? Why have we moved into
I don't
other?
think we ever got into it.
They
The first
ignored
place.
it.
I was trained in this as part of to become a therapist for dyslexia. But I want to make a distinction. For dyslexia, it's much more rigorous, it's much more in-depth. But we've taken this same information and lifted it, and guess what? All kids need it. We're just going to do it at a quicker pace. We're going to do it not as rigorous as you would need for those that really need the intervention. And you put it in your tier 1 classroom, and you turn it on a classroom, you give all kids access to what those patterns of language are. Because then you can guarantee they know what to do with words.
I've
You're
heard it-
setting them up for success.
I've heard it called a wholesale approach, and they want to move away from the wholesale approach. But it truly is a baseline curriculum for reading or for understanding words. Right. Well, scientifically, it's an understanding of how words are formed. And I've heard it called a wholesale approach. Is that not?
I have not heard that.
But it makes sense, is that it is like a blanket effect where you teach all kids a baseline understanding of word combination or understanding of how a word is structured, and then they move from there at their own pace. But nothing. I don't think anything's wrong with that. But I've heard it called a wholesale approach, and that educators are wanting to move away from that.
Should we
And
move
why would they
on?
want to move away from a wholesale approach if it's working?
I don't understand.
Is it working though?
I think it's actually.
Well, isn't this the wholesale approach?
Should we move on?
Yeah. Dr. Peck.
I'm a little confused.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for taking our questions and
Yes,
being here,
thank
just
you.
in an effort to move along. We'll
Yeah.
we'll kind of move on. Thank you.
Hi,
Yes,
y'all.
ma'am.
I'm
Hi,
Kristen
Kristen.
I'm a mom of 2 here at Conroe ISD. I've spoke at a couple of board meetings. I am a mother of a dyslexic child. And basically just throughout the years, just with some of my experiences that I've been through has really made me passionate about dyslexia. about 3.5, 4 years ago crying, because I was trying to get to school to test my daughter and trying to get her evaluated. I knew something was wrong. And there was a lot of loops I had to go through. But I won't get into all of that today, but basically, from my own experiences and what I've been through as a mother, I now am a member of the Texas Dyslexia Coalition, a member of TOPA, but I also help run the Conroe ISD Parent Dyslexia Facebook group. And I'm gonna jump back. I know she's been talking about Tier 1, which I guess I could give this example really quick. So my daughter, when she was first diagnosed dyslexic, she was in 2nd grade, and at that time we were told by the school that our school does not put kids that are dyslexic on an IEP. So my husband's a CPA, and he was like, wait a minute, dyslexia is a specific learning disability. Why is my daughter not getting an IEP? And so he's very black and white, and basically we're told that's just not how we do it. And she didn't qualify this, if she had something else going on. So we went ahead and went the 504 route. And so with the 504 route, your child gets accommodations in the classroom, and they sometimes are able to go to the dyslexia class, dyslexia intervention, but they do not have an individualized education plan, the IEP. And with the IEP, there's goals, progress monitoring, and all those things. So the problem we ran into when that first year when she was on a 504 was she was going to dyslexia and getting great explicit instruction from her dyslexia teacher. But then when she was going back to the classroom, what is being taught in our classrooms does not, I guess, intertwine with what is, the explicit word instruction that she is talking about. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So we weren't seeing progress. So we went through the process of having her tested again. Then we were told she did qualify. And so now she does have an individualized education plan, which means she now has a sped teacher, a case manager that comes in and is there to help her for 30 minutes during ELA, so during reading. So, and to help her because, truly what they're doing in the classroom isn't mirroring what she's learning with with this Dyslexia Take Flight program. So, I'll go back to kind of, I'm going to be talking about dyslexia, but I really ask that all of y'all print out and read the Texas Dyslexia Handbook. This is our governing document that basically it's not IDA law, but it is what we were supposed to follow as a district and as parents, and this is how we handle, and it basically has kind of our rules, that we're supposed to follow. So one thing I also want you to pay attention to whenever you read it, or if you have read it, you already know this, but over 60 times they talk about early identification or early remediation. So, early testing. I mean, so you'll see this trend throughout the handbook. And so this is from page 7. I'll just hit on this point real quick. If intervention is not provided before the age of 8, the probability of reading difficulties continuing into high school is 75%. So if we are not catching these kids before 8, we're going to have to continue to spend money on remediating these children. And so it is critical that we start really getting, and there are screeners, but I'm going to show y'all some more data from our district. Another thing from the handbook that I want to point out is Chapter 3. I would really like for y'all to dig into that and look, because what I'm about to show you is that our dyslexia numbers are so low. There's a reason for that. We know statistics prove that 1 in 5 children are affected by dyslexia. And so either we're not evaluating or we're DNQing these children, do not qualifying these children. So I would like to see that the handbook gets followed. I'm going to get into the PEIMS data. I know we've kind of talked about that a little bit. So it's Public Education Information Management System. It encompasses all the data. So Mr. Williams, that's where you could find the ESL stuff that you were asking about. It is going to show you basically everything about every district. This is what the district report to TEA. So those little snippets, I know you can't see those spreadsheets, but that is a spreadsheet, a data pulled from TEA. And then, you know, we have all the tabs with the different years, but then there's a summary report. And this is also, I will add that this is basically kind of scaled down. There's some hidden columns because right now I'm here to talk about dyslexia. I'm not here to talk about all the other things. So, but if you look at our elementary numbers, this is what's concerning to me, is only 3.5% of our kids right now in elementary school are considered dyslexic, according to our PEIMS data. So, like I said, we know that number should be closer to 20%. Do we expect it to be 20%? Yes.
So this is where I struggle.
I'm sorry?
This is where I struggle. First, it's going to be a spectrum of kids. You're going to have gifted kids, and you're going to have kids with learning disabilities, but the schools and system in general are designed to take care of the masses of the kids, right? Understanding that there's other areas of the spectrum that we have to address, and those are exceptional areas, whether the gifted kids or learn, all means all, we get it, but we have finite resources, so we have to address. So here's what I would ask, getting back to my point. If we get 2.59 and this learning, science of learning, is expectation there is to reduce the number of dyslexic kids or the kids that qualify dyslexia or that need the dyslexia intervention, shouldn't that be a good number? But you're basically saying it should be higher because we should identify more and have more. So it seems like I'm missing something here.
The population in itself, like it's Sally Shaywitz, right, from Yale, who she and her husband have done over 40-year longitudinal study of dyslexia, right? They were the first ones to look at the brain. She says the population that is affected by dyslexia is somewhere between 5 and 17%.
I get that, but hold on, but let me get back to my point. I need you to address that. The question was, I was told you a little while ago that if we implement this science of learning, which I think we have implemented, we'll wait for science of reading. That number should come down relative to the kids that need the early intervention and the dyslexia, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm looking at the score here that says it's 2.59, and you're saying essentially it should be higher.
Well,
right?
that's
I'm
from
thinking it should work the other way
2017. If
around.
we look at, it's actually 3.59 for this past school year. But my argument would be that one, there's kids falling through the cracks, and the proof is in our test scores.
But again, the spectrum, you got here, and you're going to have, based on the number of kids, pure volume, pure probability, pure statistics, there are going to be some kids that we don't exactly catch. We're not an institution that's designed to catch every kid. It's very difficult to do that in a public school system, have finite resources, and we have to address multiple facets of kids, right? Kids with, like I said, my wife's speech and language, the kids that have speech and language disorders, do we focus more resources on them? Do we focus more resources on the gifted kids? Do we make sure we challenge those kids? Do we make sure we challenge kids with, let's say, Down syndrome, kids with multiple other learning disabilities? My point to this is, if we implement this, which is great if we want to implement something that's going to increase or whatever, we still have to take an understanding that the purpose of the school system is to cover the masses, understanding that there's exceptions to the rules. But you guys are telling me, we implement this number is going to come down, which it is, but then you say,
But then we need more.
I was just going to say,
Okay, so
that's the most concerning part.
If you look at the next slide, this will show you what's happening in our schools. So right now, elementary school, we only are identifying and saying that 3.5% of kids are dyslexic. That number jumps to 9.5%. That's because kids are getting into 5th grade
We're
and
missing
they
early
can't
intervention.
read. We are not identifying them. That's what I'm trying to say, is this data proves that. It proves that once they actually get to middle school and they're behind, they then are getting identified as dyslexic.
are we using kids that are slower in their reading? Because I've had one of my kids we held back. That was Lisa Garrison. Lisa Garrison watched and told me I need to hold the kid back 2 years, 3 years maybe. And I decided 2nd grade to hold the kid back. That kid's not dyslexic, but he struggled with reading. He really did. Now my second one comes along, he struggled with reading. Got everything else, math, all that, but reading was a struggle for him, dyslexic. Now I had to go out and advocate for him and get this private deal, just like all of you guys did, right? And we finally got him qualified as dyslexic. He's had his 504 plan, et cetera, et cetera. My wife's elated with that. We do that annual review, et cetera, et cetera. But my point to that is, I can't broad brush every kid that's a little bit behind because, again, even if you have the most rigorous reading curriculum, the best of the best, some kids are going to excel at it, some kids are going to do it.
Well, and I'm not saying that we diagnose kids that are not dyslexic with dyslexia. I'm saying that we know that 20% of the population, 1 in 5 children, are affected by dyslexia. So the fact that that number is at 3.5%, we are not identifying them, is what I'm saying. And this is directly from teams.
Hold on. Are you speaking anything to do with the science of reading at this point? You're speaking
talking about the science of reading right now. I'm jumping back to dyslexia and tier 2 and tier 3 instruction.
And numbers.
And
Am I
numbers.
asking? Okay, just making
Because-
sure.
And I'm sorry that's confusing.
Can I say something? The science of reading is a method or approach, a style of reaching the kids to learn how to read. It's not a curriculum you go and buy. It's a method. So what we're proposing is to move towards the science of reading, not to get rid of dyslexia. Kids that are dyslexic are always going to be dyslexic, but you're helping the other 40% of the population in our district learn to have strong reading skills.
I think that's an assumption. I agree with you. I don't know if that's fact. And I think that there's multiple methods and everyone has a science that they deem to be the best and most accurate approach. My son came home with, I'm a CPA by the way. My son comes home with math that I don't understand. I was on the math team in high school, yet I don't understand how he gets to the solution, the answer that he gets to. Right? Yeah, trust. And so my point to that is, there's multiple methods to get to where the end goal is. But we can't necessarily say this method is the silver bullet that gets everybody here faster and makes it more accurate, and this is the GOAT, if you will, of academic curriculum. Because these guys can get my kids to divide fractions, right, in a way that works versus the way that I was taught, hey, so be it. I can't say my way was better because I learned just as well as either. So my point to that is, it doesn't mean we're going to find an ultimate curriculum that works for everyone that's going to be the best of the best curriculum. We can't
But are we
definitely
going
say.
to continue getting those type of results on our stars? We put a lot of value on the star results, and we're going to continue doing methods and not get those scores up. That's the point. Continue doing the same old, or make a change for the betterment of our kids.
So this is the change that's going to do that.
But it's not guaranteed.
Exactly.
Well, I'm not going to guarantee. How are you going to roll it out? How are you going to train your teachers?
But
What curriculum are you going to choose?
But if we
Right? I
already
can't
have
sit here
that,
and guarantee.
if we already have that curriculum as the base, and we're still,
Do we?
Do we?
we do have,
but I know
we
we
do
got a
have
wealth of
science of reading,
educators
yes,
with just as
we
many
do.
PhDs as anybody on this panel, and I'm expecting them to do the research and understand what works best for our kids. And for me to take their approach, or any of us to take their approach, if they're not looking out for the best interest of our kids, they're not studying the data, they're not studying the best methods of educating our kids, I think it's a disservice to our professionals who are in the capacity. I digress. I'll let y'all continue on.
I'll just say this, that the purpose of the workshop is just to get the information. Just to get the information. We'll be able to take this to our district here in a little bit and hear how they're applying it, if they're applying it, their opinions about applying it.
If you give me information, I should be able to challenge information.
I agree,
Just
and I'm
give me
glad you're
information
asking.
and expect me to absorb it and take it in and expect it that, digest. I can't do that.
No, I think that's great. I think that's why this workshop is good, because we're able to ask tough questions, and these people are willing to answer tough questions. I think it is two different things. The science of reading is a way to teaching reading, and I know you're talking about dyslexia. But if I may ask the question about the numbers being low, is it implied that the reason the numbers are low is because we're not testing enough in the elementary level? Is that what is implied?
Yes.
Okay. But you're not
well, and that's really
Or
a question
identifying.
for-
identifying.
We're not identifying, we're not, yeah.
But you're not implying that it's a lack of desire on the district. You're just saying, hey, it's just not being picked up.
Well, I'll get into that. I do think that, I'll skip through this, but I do think that our numbers, let's just go to this one, sorry. If you go to the last slide, I think that if right now, our dyslexia teachers that we have 49, I believe, they are maxed out. And we are only serving, and that's in elementary and middle school. We have 49 dyslexia teachers for elementary and middle school, and y'all know what size our district is.
Sure.
Right now, in elementary school, we're only servicing 3.9 or 3.5%. Then in middle school, we are servicing 9.5%. So those 49 teachers are covering
All of
that group of kiddos.
But you got a shortage of that workforce.
Yeah, I think we
Well,
have
she's
57.
not arguing with that.
Well, I'm not arguing with that. What I'm saying is, I think that one of the problems we have is we don't have enough dyslexia teachers to provide the services.
Sure.
So how are we gonna test these kids? So if you're an admin at a school, and you know your dyslexia teacher is maxed out, you know, are you going to, you know, proceed to test these kids, or are you gonna suggest, oh, maybe we should put them in RTI?
So how do you fix
And wait a year.
RTI.
How do you fix the shortfall?
Right,
Response center.
How do you fix the shortfall? How do you fix the shortfall in the labor force to that specialized skill set? Because
Exactly.
I'm
How
having
many
the same problem
openings
with
do we
speech and
have?
language pathologists. We're
Well,
struggling there with contracting.
I'll regress back to my other slide. So this last spring of 2021, our district budgeted for a 3-year plan to provide CALT training, which is certified academic language therapist, which she is, training for all our elementary reading interventionists. So all our dyslexia teachers are supposed to be going through this CALT training. So right now I think 10 are in training of the 49 teachers that I was just talking about. And since our district had budgeted for this 3-year plan, this last year we did not apply for a dyslexia grant, which was HB 1525, which was a grant that our neighboring districts applied for and got. However, you know, I know that a lot of this boils down to money and numbers, and so that is a grant that I would like to see applied for in the future, because I mean that grant was specifically to train dyslexia teachers. And so
Can I interrupt real quick? Dr. Knoll, didn't we go through a process where we were training these COLT teachers, and the moment they got their training, they left us? Or they went out?
That's an ongoing issue, so that's a.
But does that, do we not, like with businesses, do we not have, I mean, you work for a company and you get your master's and they help you get that master's or that doctorate or whatever, you have a responsibility to serve or pay back what you have just been outlay of cash. Do we not have that in our district?
I don't think that's anything that we can have in our contracts, that we can't, I don't think we have the ability to hold a teacher to that.
Well, we had to sue the teacher.
No, I'm just stating that when we put money forth to put someone such as, go through the CALT training, and a teacher goes through the CALT training, and they know this is, we'll pay for this, we ask that you remain, just like, I mean, my brother was one of those that got his master's paid for by his business, and he had a commitment to stay for 3 years or pay back the money that was invested in his master's program. And so do we not have the ability to request, if we're obviously not doing it from what you just said, do we not have the ability to ask for that so we're not losing all these people that we're trying to
Well, certainly we can ask for it back if someone doesn't pay for it. The only way to get it.
I'm talking about before we do the training. Before we invest the money in that person, then they take our money and go work somewhere else.
I think the answer that she's saying is,
non-compete.
we can have them sign
Yeah,
a piece of paper,
non-compete.
but the reality is that it wouldn't, I don't think, the only way we could enforce it would be to sue that teacher if they
It
left.
discourages it. It really does discourage it.
Yeah,
Non-competes don't work.
part of the struggle, like what we're seeing with CALTs, for example, is, and we can
They don't work.
explore that option, but other districts are throwing huge dollars in signing bonuses. So, I mean, we've heard through some of the conversations, other districts are very appreciative of the fact that we're training all
training
these
them.
folks so that they can then take them from us, which is
There are
a
other
struggle.
ways.
I'm sorry, Ms. Kristen, please go ahead. I would say your last name, but I can't say it, so I'm just going to call you by your first name.
Missy, before we go.
Oh, so sorry.
Melissa, I think was trying to, I want to
Oh,
make sure.
no, I
we
just
covered it.
suggested there are other ways to retain these professionals other than just threatening them. Like, I think once we train them, if we provide them with what they need to stay in the district, then that's our ticket.
Yeah.
I think so
I
too.
think all our educators.
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
And I know Stacy still has to talk, but I mean, I would really like to see more training for our DIACs, LSSPs. I mean, all the way to the teachers, I think that we need to, like I said, really be looking at the handbook and following chapter 3.7, of how we're diagnosing these kids, because I think that there's a lot that are getting just DNQ'd, did not qualify. And I think that, I mean, I know for a fact that there are a lot of parents, when they request testing, this happened to me 3.5 years ago. You're told, oh, well, we had a meeting and we discussed this, and we've decided that your child does not need to be tested. And we're seeing some progress, and we just think that your child needs RTI, or take your child to the pediatrician and get them tested for ADHD. So these are the types of things that, so as an involved parent, I'm still hearing from parents, unfortunately. And that is against IDA law. Like our professionals need to be trained in prior written notice of denial. That is the proper channel that this all needs to go through. And so I'll turn it over to Stacy.
So in conclusion, the statement is that we are not testing, we are denying outright, and that's why our numbers are so low, and then they go up. That's the gist of it.
Well, basically, yeah. I mean, I'm asking that y'all really take a hard look at our data. I mean, our data shows that in those key early identification years, we are not catching these kids. We're not catching them until they get to middle school. So I would like to see that number in elementary double. And eventually, like within 2 years, get in the double digits. We need to identify these kids and provide them services. Because the longer we wait to provide them services, the more expensive it's going to cost the district to help those kids.
Do you think we run the risk of over-diagnosing folks?
Not if they're evaluated correctly.
I mean, that's a given, but do you think we run a risk? I mean, if you test everybody for a cold.
If you have a 20% of people are dyslexic and you're only diagnosing 3%, then yeah.
Firstly, I don't know if the 20% is right. You broad brush, everybody shows the fact and says 20%. I'm not convinced about the statistics, but I'll go along with it for the purpose of this being informational and not being able to challenge the numbers. And so, with that being said, 1 in 5, I mean, that's pretty steep. So, if it's 1 in 5, how do we get to 30-some%? Your chart got way more than 20%, a little further down, right? If you look at your chart.
No, it's about not 9%, I think, in middle school is what it shows.
I think 9.5% is the highest that we have.
So we're way under all the way through.
Yes, we are.
But you believe that's because we're not testing and we're denying?
Yeah, I mean, we're obviously never going to be at 20%. I would never expect you to.
She's not saying we're not testing
There
and
are
denying.
kids that are mildly dyslexic, and
Yes,
to be
she did.
honest, if we
Not
were
necessarily.
implementing science of reading, those children that are mildly dyslexic would be able to be remediated in the classroom in general ed in Tier 1. But when we're not teaching them the science of reading and this explicit instruction in the classroom, those kids most likely are going to have to end up in reading by design or take flight.
Okay. Just a real quick, Kristen, a question. The identification and testing you would see ideally being done in pre-K?
So the schools are supposed to do a screener in kindergarten, and then they're also supposed to do a screener by January 31st at first grade. And typically a child, there are children that are going to come up on that. My child on that screener was low on, I think, 3 or 4 of the, I guess, screener, I don't really know what they're called, indicators. And so, but we knew something was wrong, and so whereas Conroe ISD, they have to be low on 6 of the 10 markers in order for Conroe to initiate the testing, and for the DIAG to call you and say, hey, and so I had just been talking to my daughter's teacher so much, I was like, I know something's wrong, like something is not right. And so she was nice enough to let me know, well, she was low on these markers, and, you know, we won't initiate testing unless they're low on 6 or more. So that's my personal experience.
So, thank you for that. And so, in your numbers, in your graph, is the elementary percentage based on just first and up, or is it including pre-K and kindergarten where
That's
it
key
wouldn't
data.
be?
I believe that.
Okay, so
He
maybe
picks
the
up
percentage
pre-K,
is a
correct?
bit higher than that, right?
I'm
If we
sorry.
were to eliminate students that we wouldn't expect to be identified yet, would the percentage not be higher?
Are you talking about like if we eliminate the numbers in pre-K?
Yeah.
Actually, these numbers, I believe, are only elementary. I
Okay.
don't think that these are, I could pull up my spreadsheet. I don't think that they are pre-Ks, although I'm not really sure.
Okay.
But
Thank
these
you.
numbers, these PEMS are what the district reports to
Right,
TEA
but
annually, right?
Yes, but I think
Okay.
so what you're asking though is the N being larger,
Yeah.
you know, because in an elementary, naturally, if you include the total number of students in elementary, if that number includes kindergarten, pre-K and kindergarten, then the percentage is naturally going to be lower because that's 2 grades worth of children that no way would they have qualified. And then the fact that one point about PEMS data is it's pulled in October. So first grade wouldn't be identified yet either if we're following the January. So I know you're a numbers person, so
I'm a numbers person.
what I'm hearing you say is the percentage in
Yeah.
elementary could be skewed by its
Yeah.
look because just by its nature, pre-K, kinder, and first grade, no students are going to be identified. So then you're really looking at
Yeah.
second, third, and fourth.
But they
They
could.
could
They-
and they should. That's what we're saying is,
But
the HIMSS
potentially,
goes
but-
on and talks about
Because
how they
it's
should be identifying before they're 8.
Yes, but otherwise, if you don't identify them by age 8, which is what grade, 3rd, 2nd? Yeah, if you don't identify them, then that 75% of them continue to have reading problems into their high school years. So we should be identifying them before they're 8, or by age 8, or we've lost that opportunity. I mean, even in reading the dyslexia stuff that was sent to us before the meeting, we were reading things on that. So it isn't a pre-K, kindergarten first issue. That's when we really should be paying more attention to it. Ms. Evans?
Thanks.
As long as,
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Stacey Evans, and I run a local nonprofit here in the Woodlands, supporting families that have dyslexic kiddos. I'm a former teacher at Conroe ISD. I'm secondary certified in English. I have 3 kids, 24, 19, and 13.
As of today?
All 3 are dyslexic. So I found myself in the dyslexia world after I stopped teaching. So really what I've tried to do is work constructively with the district from the standpoint as a parent of and also a former educator. So what, I'll backtrack a little bit. If you don't know about the nonprofit that I am the director of, we invite community experts to come and talk about related topics, some ADHD, motivation. Dr. Audrey Young came and spoke about the changes to the Dyslexia Handbook, the Gifted Child, the beauty of dyslexia. Those are different topics that are relevant to our families that help them get through the journey of dyslexia. Here are a couple pictures. So the rest of my presentation is based on observations that I've made and also recommendations from our EED members on it. So kind of over all these different things. And I'll try to remember this real quick, but I'd like to start off first by talking about positive observations that I have and people in our group have talked about. They absolutely love the October Dyslexia Parent Information Night at the Jet Center. Lot of praises on that. The newly formed Dyslexia Parent Advisory Committee that is Dr. Henry provides to the parents. Strong department leadership, quality K-6 reading intervention teachers, and I'm going to kind of just read over because a lot of this is important and I don't want to miss it. What I have personally noticed is that the reading intervention teachers in the K-6 grades are motivational, enthusiastic, and love their jobs. I've also experienced that they want to learn best practices. They go to conferences, they laugh, they giggle, they just like, oh, I really want to show the kids this so that they can understand better. And I think that is a great, great quality for our teachers to have, and they bring it back, that enthusiasm back to those kids, and those kids want to learn from them. So a couple of recommendations, you've heard it already before, hire, if you remember one word, hire. Hire more reading intervention teachers and administration or staff members that can support them. Because of the departure of Tracy Landis, we're shorthanded. Conroe ISD currently has 73,000 students in the district, approximately 4,000 dyslexia students. This is a unique department because you're not talking about one thing that is constant throughout the year. You've got 4,000 students that you have to constantly monitor and support. So the dyslexia department in itself, and I will also say special education, needs more support for their coordinators. Support the existing staff. If you support them, you retain them. If you run the risk of overworking them, then they may leave. Create a culture that supports our staff so that they are able to do their job with enthusiasm. If overworked, they forget the reason why they became a teacher, and then it just becomes a job. Diagnosticians. The key word is hired. We need more diagnosticians. We have diagnosticians that are covering other campuses. The workload is incredible because of the change to the identification process. We're going to have a really hard time, our district, in retaining these guys if we can't hire more people. And I know that's hard from the pool that you mentioned, Beatrice. It's hard. We've got to be attractive. Our district has to, by supporting our teachers and be known for that. Another topic about DIACs is they do not feel that they are trained in identifying dyslexia. The recommendation is to provide more training so that they have the confidence in doing so. Let me see if I can go over some notes. Okay, we have a backlog in FIIs, initial evaluations. How can we help with this? This is also part of retaining the DIACs. Maybe provide an opt-in voluntary basis that they can work on the weekends, the summers. This is beneficial so that we meet federal guidelines. And so I'm going to skip over that, but you can read over that later if you want to go back to it. Communication. So the first key word is hire. The second one is communication. Over and over and over, you hear parents' frustrations because they're not being communicated by the school district. A lot of this stuff, they don't know it's being done, but it's there. It's not being communicated by phone call, getting a handout. The first thing you can do in these meetings is provide acronyms. What is an RTI? What's an FIIE? What does that stand for? And so when you go to these R's and 504s and you talk in acronyms, the parents, unless they have an education background, they don't understand. So just know your audience. Parents want to know their parental rights in this process. Parents need to fully understand their options, 504 versus SPED testing. Also, if they qualify for SPED, they don't have to receive SPED services. They can choose 504. Those are the two important things that need to be discussed. They shouldn't be advised which path, but just give them the facts. Another recommendation, parents need to be notified to, the parents don't understand when their be called by a counselor. These different screeners, different things, the assessment tools that the school district uses to progress monitor, parents don't understand it. They don't understand what an impact report is. I talk to the different parents and they don't know what their kid's fluency rate, all of these progress monitors. Y'all could just please think about, give us a little bit more guidance and explanation on what that is. One thing is the timeline of when there's consent for an initial evaluation. If you could possibly give them a simple handout that breaks down, you have 15 days, you have X amount of days, you will hear from us, so that there's constant communication. Train all educators that attend 504 and ARD meetings. This will prevent misinformation during these meetings. This is for anybody that doesn't understand. I know all these guys back here understand these acronyms. So the FIA is the initial evaluation. It's completed by the school district as projected costs. Private or outside evaluation is performed by an outside evaluator. The parent incurs that expense. And then the IEE, Independent Education Evaluation. This is real important to you guys because the district incurs this expense and needs to be prevented, in my opinion, to get into this point. Another recommendation is to create a district guide presented to the parents, criteria that should be met by outside evaluations. It really breaks my heart to hear people it's taken too long for the school to evaluate a student and they can't wait any longer, their kid is struggling, and they go and pay up to $2,000 for the evaluation. And then they go back to the school and the school has to do some more testing. So if we could think about coming up with some kind of criteria to prevent this additional testing, that you could accept these outside evaluations, that helps everybody involved. That helps the diex for sure, the backlog. I think this is really important. So that's kind of what Laurie talked about. Also, one of the main things would be that it values the students' loss of time in instruction, because every time you're testing these kids, you're taking them hours of instruction they're missing. So why are we testing kids multiple times? When if an educational diagnostician tested the kid, they find that they're dyslexic or ADHD or what, why are we going back and retesting these kids? If we can set a policy that gives guidelines that meets the standards of TEA, it helps everybody. It's a win for everybody. Again, it's communication. You can read over this later. These IEEs, I'm not quite for sure. I know all these guys back here know what these are, but what happens is there's the initial ARD, there's a disagreement. The school, let's say, for instance, the school says the kid is not dyslexic. So it's this disagreement that the parent can choose to have an IEE done. So this is, again, the expense of the district. What I'm finding and what I'm hearing is maybe a communication going out to the parents. What does this process look like? How long is it going to take? I'm working with a family right now in our district. They disagreed in March with the findings in the ARD committee, and they still have not gotten the results of the outside evaluation. Meanwhile, this kid is fixing to go into 7th grade. So I know that you guys should maybe consider a couple of these suggestions. And my final thought, the K through 12 literacy program, dyslexia program must cross over and be relevant to all subject matters, not just the little island of the dyslexia class. Otherwise, what they spent 3 to 4 years learning in dyslexia, they're going to lose. They may not retain. It's not crossing over. Tier 1 literacy instruction must follow the methodology of science of reading, and it's good for all kids, not dyslexic kids, not just dyslexic kids. So the key takeaways are communicate, support, hire, which leads to positive educational outcomes.
I thought you said hire was first. I'm just messing with
You
you.
know, if you go, I can play with it.
Questions?
Just, thank you. There's some good suggestions in there, for sure. And Datron, to your point earlier, I think, you know, many things can be true at the same time. It can be true, obviously, that we trust our educators and our staff, and they're doing a great job with what they can. But they could also probably use some support and some financial resources in order to address some gaps. So I think this is good information, and appreciate y'all sitting up there in front of us and delivering it. Thank you.
Sure. I wanted to go back for just a second. Teresa asked the question, can I guarantee signs of reading at work? And here's what I will say to that. I want to correct my answer, because I can't speak for how districts roll out for those, right? But what I will say is this. If you will go back and do those 5 things, right? If you will teach phonemic awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, and comprehension, and teach the patterns of the language, how the English language is structured, and you will do it in such a way that is explicit, systematic, evidence-based, sustained practice, includes progress monitoring, and you do it with fidelity, I will guarantee that your reading scores will increase.
Who's fidelity?
What is fidelity?
That means you do it.
Oh,
On a
I
regular
thought that
basis.
was
You give me 30 minutes
I got
every
you.
day of a reading block.
I'm
Your
stuck
reading scores will
I'm
go
stuck
up.
on my investments here. I got you.
You should invest that.
I appreciate that.
I do have to say, Ms. Evans, that I attended that dyslexia parent night as well, and was amazed at our department and the people there. I actually got to speak with a number of the teachers in the trenches, the dyslexia teachers. I learned about Take Flight and Reading by Design and the problems that we're facing in them, as well as the benefits of what they are. And I just was really impressed with the team that I saw there. I talked with several cults. I talked with several that were in training. It was top-notch event, and I would have to agree with that. The teachers that took the time to go through and show me all their manipulatives, what it was, and I wasn't one of their parents using the material at the time. It was really quite impressive.
Yeah.
I'll ask my other question when the district's up, because they'll have to give me that. But I would agree, they're overworked. They're overworked, all of them. And that's not. I'm not saying that's I mean, it's a sign of the times of where we are. So.
Any other questions?
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Let's take a
y'all.
5-minute break while we transition here, and then go from there.
Sounds good.
So 5-minute break.
Thank you, sir.
All right, welcome back. We'll now move on to item 3 on our agenda, reading in Conroe ISD. We're gonna learn more about our Conroe ISD Reads curriculum, dyslexia intervention, and then testing and identification as well. During this talk, I'll turn it over to Dr. Upshaw.
Hi, good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, Dr. Knoll. We want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to dive a little bit deeper into our reading and writing program, our dyslexia services, and how we assess our students through this progress. I also want to thank our guests that were here today with us today. It's a breath of fresh air to see that we have such a community that surrounds on the most important thing that we do, which is determining our students to read. So thank you very much for your words, for your data, for some good ahas, and for some things that we went, ooh, we're on the same page on that. So it's really good. So thank you to all our guests. So as we begin today, I'm going to introduce our panel. We have 2 departments representing our information. We have the Teaching and Learning Department, and with us tonight we have Darren Carlisle. She is our Director of Curriculum Instruction and Professional Learning. Previous to this job, she was our Director of Bilingual Education. We have Mark Smith, which is our Coordinator of Elementary Language Arts, which is pre-K through 6. And then our Student Support Services Department, we have Tamika Taylor that helps lead that department, Dr. Kendra Wiggins, our Director of Special Education and Support, and Dr. Sharon Henry, our Coordinator of Dyslexia. So as we work through the information that we have to you today, there's 2 big components. There's going to be the CISD Reads and Writes components, which is what we had referred to earlier today, is that Tier 1 instruction, so thank you, Mrs. Odenwell, which is the general classroom instruction piece. And through that, we're going to talk about our own ongoing literacy assessment, which is our progress monitoring. What do we do when the readers struggle? What do we do when it's just not happening and it's not sticking and the kids need a little bit more work? And then what have we been doing and things that we need ongoing work in the literacy world? In dyslexia services, our team of student support services would do the same thing. They'll give us information about dyslexia, our stats, our programming, how we deliver this in CISD. Then they'll talk to you about ongoing dyslexia work, which is basically our next steps. Dyslexia and special education assessment, and then our ongoing special education assessment work. So as we go through, just wanted to share that with you. That's kind of our order. So we have to start somewhere to give you, we're going to show you some graphics, and so we have to give you some background knowledge to that. Because, you know, we live in this every single day, and we talk this jargon, and it's like, what? Wait, that? Hold on a second. So we want to make sure we gave you some background. As we all know, in TEA, our curriculum is our standards, which are the TEKS, right? So when we have conversations about adopting a curriculum, it's really about resources and supports, right? Because the curriculum is the standards that we teach our students. So I think that's sometimes interesting when people say, well, what curriculum have you adopted? And it's really about the resource in order to deliver those standards. And in Conroe ISD, we have what you call 3 models of instruction, or frameworks, for our 4 content areas. You have CISD Reads and Writes, so that's basically how we teach reading and writing. We have CISD Solves. If you've ever gone in to our schools, you'll get to know the names of these specific components because you'll watch them doing, you know, math mental review or math fluency or problem solving poster. You'll see them. In science, we have CISD Investigates. You've probably maybe heard about the Science 5Es or our Marzano word wall, so on and so forth. And then CISD Remembers, which is our social studies model of instruction. But today, in particular, we're going to dive into CISD Reads and Writes and those components, which is this structure here. And Mark will help us elaborate on that. But before we go to that, I want to share with you that we are a Science of Teaching Reading School District. And this basically is a collection of research that comes together to tell us what are the building blocks of how we teach good literacy instruction to our students. As seen here in this picture, it starts from the foundation of background knowledge and life experiences. It's very different when a student has background knowledge when they can recognize what we call environmental print, McDonald's, a Fruit Loop cereal box, right? All those things, Paw Patrol, all those things that they see when they're little and they come to pre-K, that's that environmental language. Then you start with oral language and vocabulary, then that print awareness, phonological awareness, and alphabet knowledge and handwriting. Move on to genre knowledge, alphabetic principles, and then so on and so forth to the more deeper things that we teach our children are how to comprehend what they're reading and make it applicable in instruction or just to live life. So with that being said, one of the things that we are very proud of in Conroe ISD that has really assisted us in solidifying this work is the Reading Academies. And this mandate came forward by House Bill 3, and we started in 2020. And we are a Reading Academy district, and if you see here some of the information I want to share with you, and I think it's important that you take away with this work that we're doing. We are one of 16 districts in the state that are a provider to deliver that in our school district. So we don't have to contract this out by other by universities or by service region centers. We are a service provider ourselves. From 2020 to 2022, 835 teachers in CISD have completed this work. CISD maintains 100% passing rate. We are the only authorized provider in the state of Texas that has that. In addition to that, 74 CISD instructional coaches and administrators have passed the TA cohort leader screener in these grades at the level of mark delivering the training. So not only did they just pass it like teachers, they passed it at the level where they could do the actual training like an authorized provider. We're very proud of our leaders, and we're very proud of our instructional coaches that lead this in our schools, and especially of our teachers. This has been real hard work. One of the things that makes this successful is it's just not an online program that they sit at the computer. We do job-embedded professional learning. So it comes with assisted coaching and turning this learning and teaching teachers how you turn this around in the classroom with children with the resources we provide. I think that's probably why we have a 100% passing rate, because it really is more job-embedded, and we know that that's the best way to retain professional learning. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Mark. He's going to dive a little bit deeper into CISD reads and writes.
Mark, you want to pull that microphone just because you're kind of soft-spoken, just make sure everybody can hear you. Perfect. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, everybody. So what you see here is our instructional framework, CISD reads and writes. Just to give you a sense of what it represents. You saw that house graphic earlier, and Dr. Upshaw talked you through some of the components that are represented in it. So that's, if you want to think of it as something sort of like the theory behind literacy. Those terms are they're like pedagogical terms, they're theoretical terms. They're not terms that teachers necessarily deal with from day to day. So the responsibility of any school district is to take that learning and translate it into instructional practices that teachers do practice every day, and that's what our framework represents. Each of the tiles you see there, the blue tiles, is something that a K through 6 teacher would do on a day-to-day basis. So interactive read aloud is an example. All of us grew up with a version of that. It's when a teacher reads from a text to you, pauses, maybe gives you a little insight into what he or she is thinking, reads a little bit more, pauses, gives the kids a chance to turn and talk, practicing the same kind of thinking work the teacher just modeled. That instructional practice has been around since the 1970s. Some of the things you see up here are a little bit more recent in their genesis. You see the reciprocal nature between all these things, the arrows. The arrows, I think, are essential because what it really tells you is that none of these things can be taught in isolation. This is one of the things that the science of reading has taught us, that ultimately, for any one of these things to be effective, they have to have a reciprocal relationship with all of the other things. So you can't just teach interactive read aloud. You have to do it in conjunction with phonological awareness work, phonics work, mini lessons, and so forth. So a couple of things about that, because what you see here are instructional practices. These are things that teachers do every day. Teachers need, in some cases, resources to do these things. Our framework is not based around a single literacy resource or program. Another thing that the science of reading has taught us is there is no effective research-based literacy program that does everything you just saw up there in blue. If there was, everybody would be using it. Now, that's not to say that there are not companies trying to sell you programs that claim to do all of those things, but they fall short of the research criteria that we ultimately associate with the science of reading. So what we have done over the years is keep our finger on the pulse of current research and looked for resources that represent the best and the brightest of all of those blue tiles you saw there. We're in an era of what's called development-based reading instruction. Let me explain what that means. It means two things. So development-based reading instruction means we kind of know what elements have to be in place in order for a child to read. Things in the house you saw earlier, those are the elements. So developmentally, for the house to stand, you have to have all of those pieces. The other thing that development-based reading means is that every child develops a little bit differently. And so more than ever, and probably more so than even when we were in the classroom, what you will find is instruction that is either individualized or targeted to small groups of students with a common need. There's a lot less whole group instruction. Rarely do you see a teacher spend more than 10 to 12 minutes at any given time teaching to the 25 children in front of her.
Would you mind going back just for a quick second, because I want to make sure that I'm clear. So when you were talking about Dr. Upshaw about TEKS, and that is what we use, and it has to be a resource through there, I thought I heard you say that on that, going back to that house and all the blue tiles, that we're trying to utilize the best resources, and they may be different companies inside those. Is that, am I understanding that that's the correlation between TEKS and the, like, it has to be through a TEKS program?
Yeah,
just tie that together for me.
That's good. Yeah, that's good. I think you basically said it. So we look at the TEKS, we interpret them, and then we look for resources that provide instruction that exactly align to what the TEKS are asking us to do.
Okay.
In other words, our choices are driven by the TEKS. Yeah, that was the question. So back to this idea of development-based reading, right? It means two things. It means we know what elements have to be in place in order for a child to read. But we also know that not all kids develop in the same way. In other words, everyone's path to literacy is a little bit different. We're in an era of specialization as a result, so literacy researchers and experts, they kind of have their little niches, areas that they focus on. You know, fluency is one niche, and so we have a body of researchers that really just concentrate their efforts there. And some of those researchers produce products, resources, and ultimately we try to find the best. So as a result, CISD recommends a range of resources. And as we're talking here, I may reference a few of them, and I'll try to tie them into that blue graphic you saw. This is Scarborough's reading row. I know it's complex. Let's not worry about the terminology on there. Actually, a lot of that terminology that you see is exactly what you saw in the house earlier. What's really important to know about Scarborough's reading rope is there's two big strands there. There's the purple and there's the orange, orangish yellow. So basically, this researcher named Hollis Scarborough, about 20 years ago, developed this graphic to help parents understand the interconnectedness of literacy instruction. Again, this idea that you can't teach these things in isolation, you have to teach them in conjunction with one another. And the two biggest categories of reading instruction are language comprehension and word recognition. Under word recognition, you have a lot of what we were talking about earlier, what our earlier panelists were talking about, phonics, phonemic awareness. Now let me explain the difference between the two things really quickly. Phonemic awareness is something that most readers develop early. It's auditory. You understand language first, generally through sound. And once you understand that, it makes it easier then to understand language in print. And that's when you get into phonics. So phonics is print-based. Phonological is sound-based. Both are explicitly taught every day, not just in Conroe ISD, throughout the country. They are essential elements of a literacy block.
Okay.
But that's just one strand. You see the other strand there, language comprehension. That's what you do when you start to take individual words and your understanding of those words and create meaning in your head as you read not just individual words, but sentences. And you string meaning across paragraphs and then meaning across pages. Comprehension just means making meaning out of text, connected text. Ultimately, these two things, word recognition, language comprehension, have to be taught in conjunction with one another. Paula Scarborough, again, produced this graphic to help illustrate that. In the science of reading, if you want to boil it down to any image, this. In fact, if you Google search science of reading, this is probably what will come up first. In Conroe, we started the work of the science of reading early. 2016, I've had my current position for about 17, 18 months, but I remember 2016 well, because like I said, we had our finger on the pulse of what was going on out there. And what we realized was this was not going to happen overnight. Reading was complicated, and the research that was out there was really fertile. There was just a lot of it. So we had to dig through it to make sense of it. And so what you'll see here, as I kind of click through the next handful of slides, are a series of initiatives, a series of learning opportunities that we've developed for teachers, instructional coaches, administrators throughout the district, and you can see some of them lasted as many as 5 years. We started working on language comprehension back in 2016 and continued pretty intensively through 2021. So in other words, we worked on helping teachers help their kids create meaning out of text. Simultaneously, we started work on phonics, because again, the two go hand in hand. The phonics work happened through a variety of resources. And in fact, we adopted 3 resources that each take a slightly different approach, but all fit the criteria that Dr. Peck outlined earlier. So they're systematic, they're done daily, they are done with fidelity. And we're at a point now, honestly, where because we have these 3 resources, we probably need more of a unified approach. So when we get to some of our ongoing work, that to me is the next frontier. Like I said, phonics is like a very fertile area, and I think we now have a couple of resources that can do the work of these 3, but that's one.
Okay.
We were actually early adopters of a resource called Hegarty. Okay, so Hegarty, as you can see, is pointing to oral language work. That's phonological awareness. That's how you recognize the language through your ears. Hegarty is done daily, and it basically, again, systematically walks kids through the auditory components of language, breaking down sounds, and so forth. And then we tied up the work with small group instruction. And the reason we did that is, back to something I said earlier, we're in an era of development-based reading, recognizing that kids develop reading, their path of literacy is different. And so we basically have been training teachers on different kinds of small groups. Something called guided reading, something called a strategy group, something called a phonics group, something called a small group shared reading. All of these things just have different functions. And we try to put the right readers in the right groups to attend to their individual needs. You can see this work has been progressive. Some of it overlapping, but all of it beginning at around 2016. Simultaneously, we've had the work of the Reading Academy. Dr. Upshaw touched on that briefly. What I will say is the Reading Academy is essentially a crash course in the science of reading. It's almost graduate level work. And it was quite affirming going through it, becoming a trainer. As I was going through it, I felt better and better about the work we had been doing, some of the farsightedness of it. And it also pointed some directions that I think we've had to take over the last couple of years and are continuing to take, like, for example, unified phonics. So our model, again, this is where teachers live from day to day. There's an interconnectedness to it. And we'll talk just briefly about a couple of things. One is the fact that not all of those blue tiles that you saw there are given the same allotment of time. So this is a question that teachers often ask. How much proportionality do I give those different things? And the reality is it depends. It depends on the composition of your class. But what you see here is a sample schedule. This would be 2nd grade. And at the top there is the literacy block. So pink, orange, and maybe yellowish. And you see three distinct portions of the day: language arts reading, word work, language arts writing. All of those strands on the road we saw earlier are represented here. All the blue tiles are represented here. But there's something that's kind of difficult to communicate in a block like this, and that again is the interconnectedness. So I'm just going to take one example of something that is interconnected, and it's the thing we've been talking about primarily tonight, and that's phonics. So as you can see, phonics work is done theoretically in a 25-minute segment daily, but in reality that's shortchanging it. One of the things the science of reading has taught us is that you can't teach phonics in isolation. I would say more than anything else, this one has to be taught in conjunction with other things, like real text, real writing. And so what happens is this: you kind of picture the teacher delivering a lesson. That does happen daily. It's explicit, it's systematic, and it's usually differentiated as well. So you will see different kids learning different patterns. That happens over the course of about 25 minutes. But then throughout the rest of the block, there's what's called bridging happening. Bridging is just a fancy word for reinforcement of what was taught directly. So bridging happens in the interactive read aloud. We talked about that earlier, where the teacher reads you out of a book. Sometimes the teacher will pause and actually model a phonics skill to reinforce something that was previously taught. It happens in shared reading, which is another somewhat modified version of a read aloud. It happens in small group time. It happens in independent reading, when kids are actually reading books on their own. Throughout all of that, in different ways, the work of phonics is being reinforced or retaught, or there's even in some cases some intervention happening, depending on the child. So what looks like 25 minutes on the page actually is considerably more than that, and pretty carefully integrated into everything else that's happening. Finally, there's writing. I just want to point this out. We often think of language arts first and foremost as like a reading content, but in reality it's reading and writing, and you can reinforce things like phonics through what we call encoding, where you actually write out words on the page. And so how do we know, because I keep coming back to this theme of different kids needing different things, what the kids need? So the answer is you need robust and ongoing assessment. And so what I'm going to show you here is just a sense of how our assessments work and sort of how thorough they are. There's a lot of pieces to them, and you'll see on here in a minute that a lot of what we saw in that rope and in that house is represented here. We see a lot of the same terminology. This is pre-K. Assessment begins there. One thing to notice, and this will become a theme as we go up the grade range, is that the assessments vary by time of year. So when you see BOY at the top there, pre-kindergarten assessment BOY, this means beginning of year, as opposed to MOY middle of year, EOY end of year. And you see there are different assessments for different times of the year. Those are by and large dictated by researchers. They tell us what is most likely to be what's most useful to test at different times of the year. Kindergarten the same, first grade the same, second grade, third grade, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Again, if you saw a theme, you saw that the tests vary a little bit by time of year. And of course they progress in terms of complexity as you grow the grade range, so from pre-K to sixth. One thing to say about this that's sort of interesting is this is also what, when you heard this term earlier, you might call progress monitoring. And so this is how not only we know what to do with kids, we also know what's working. So that if a child receiving intervention, you can exit them out of that intervention a little bit more rapidly. Progress monitoring is like a swinging door in that respect. Sometimes they go in, sometimes they come out. But either way, it's designed to give us a clear picture of reality. So with that, let's talk about the circumstances under which kids can struggle and how, over the course of a literacy block and even outside of it, we can support them. with that, I'll turn it over to Darren.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much for allowing us this opportunity. We don't get the opportunity enough to share how fortunate we are to get to do this for a living. So
Sure.
this is wonderful for us. I'm going to share with you guys sort of an offering of optional pathways that we have for our students who oftentimes will struggle to become proficient readers. And so it's important to note that they are not in any kind of order. There are no progression here. It's just a list of resources, tools, and services that we have available in Conroe ISD for our students. So I'm going to start off with differentiated small group instruction. And as Mark talked about earlier, this is where our teachers use the data from the literacy assessments that he just went over, and they provide more intensive, targeted instruction, and this is part of our Tier 1 best practices. So these are things that are part of the general education classroom. All of our students receive small group instruction. The next thing I would like to point your attention to is Imagine Learning. And this is a software that has been specifically designed for emergent bilinguals. It targets the 5 big areas of reading instruction, but specifically focused on phonics because, as Dr. Peck stated earlier, we have to give students who are adding another language to their repertoire that explicit systematic instruction on the varying language structures.
Emergent bilingual, what is an emergent bilingual? What is that?
So there are several terms that have been used interchangeably across the state to refer to English learners. You've probably heard the term LEP, or Limited English Proficient. It's a very archaic and old term. Second language learner. The term emergent bilingual is new now, and it just encompasses the fact that students are learning many languages now. So we don't just have kids that are learning 2 languages. We have kids that are learning 3, 4, 5 languages. So as you add a new language, it is important that kids have explicit instruction in the structures of that language because they may be completely different from what they naturally speak natively in their home.
If I may ask, do you know a percentage of students that we have in CISD that fall under that? And then the second question would be, of those, do you know what percentage they make up of our students that are struggling with, that are adding to our numbers of struggling readers?
Yes, so for emergent bilinguals, and thank you, Dr. Upshaw, because the number has grown since I was previously in my role. We used to be at about 15 to 16%.
Okay.
We are now at 19.4% across the district, so almost 20% emergent bilingual. That means that we have a large number of students who are adding other languages.
Okay.
And then, I'm sorry, what was the second part?
Well, just curious of, when we identify readers that are struggling, do we have a percentage of that 19%? How many of those 19% are struggling readers? And I don't know if it's a relevant question or not. I'm just.
I don't have that number in
Sir?
front of me.
I do have something to add. If you want to get some data on the STAR performance in 2021, 36% of our emergent bilinguals did not pass STAR. In 2022, 26. So we improved by 10% of our students passing.
And what was the total number of not passing?
26% of what would be that number that Ms. Carlisle was mentioning.
From 36 to 26?
Yes, we got better.
Okay, so 20-some% of the number that she referenced.
Yes.
I got you. That's the number I was looking for.
That's good info. Thank you.
So Imagine Learning is one of the computer softwares that we use as remediation for our emergent bilinguals. Another that you see up there is Amplify K2. It is a TEA-approved program that has been gaining a lot of momentum, particularly in the area of phonics a leader in the industry in this area. And so we do utilize that with some of our students who struggle. Yes, ma'am?
You said that Imagine Learning, or you said that Amplify K-12 was TEA approved, but is Imagine Learning TEA approved as well?
No,
As a
it is
supplemental?
one that we just adopted in the district.
Okay, just curious.
And
Thank
we
you.
use it exclusively with our ED students, with our emergent bilinguals.
Got it.
Whereas Amplify is used with all students. We also have emergent bilinguals that use Amplify at K2.
Got it. Thank you.
The other graphic that you see is one for a process we have that we offer called Response to Intervention. You also may know that as RTI. And it's just a process, a tiered process where we use varying interventions at varying intensities with the goal of student progress. And then finally, we have two services up there that we offer, dyslexia and special education services for students who are identified with a qualifying disability. And my colleagues, Dr. Henry and Dr. Wiggins, will share additional details about those services further along in the presentation.
So,
Go ahead.
just to connect a little. So Mark was saying, like, with the assessments, the beginning of year, the middle of year, and the end of year, those assessments then would maybe identify readers who are struggling, and then one of these things that are most appropriate would be used as intervention. Okay.
It's like a menu.
Yeah.
Absolutely, of pathways that we offer for our students. I would just like to conclude this section by circling back to something that Mark said earlier about reading instruction. I think Dr. Peck spoke to it beautifully as well. And that's that reading is a very complicated process for both students and teachers. And we know from scientific research that there is no silver bullet. There is no resource, one strategy, as Mark said. If there were, we'd be using it. The key is really to understanding our students as readers, and we do that by way of our literacy assessments through informal observations of our students every day in the classroom and what they bring to the table, and becoming really skillful at identifying what resources best meet their needs. And having that, smorgasbord of resources available to teachers is very, very impactful.
I'd just like to say that was very well said.
Yeah.
This slide right here, this is one of the most impactful slides for me because it gives you guys a toolbox of resources to use in the instance that we do have struggling readers. And it was extremely helpful to read. I like pictures.
Noted.
So are all three of these the RTI, Amplified K through 2, and the Imagine Learning all computer-based?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
So Amplify K2 is computer-based, and so is Imagine Learning. RTI is a process that we utilize with our students, and we have various interventions that we offer depending on the tier that the student is in and the intensity of that intervention. Some are much more intense than others.
Do you have recommendations, or I'm sure you do, but maybe you can speak to them a little, about which is the appropriate thing to select from the menu? Like what do you know, how do you know which one to do? I could imagine ones that would signal overburdened resources or cost, right, tend to get maybe less as a go-to, right, than maybe they should?
Yes, and that's why we have, like, for example, for Amplify K2, that's a really good one. If I identify from the literacy data from doing learning records with a student that the student has a deficit in phonics, then I know Amplify is a good resource for that, because as Mark alluded to earlier, a lot of these resources are based on that little niche of research that the particular researchers that created the resource have just really specialized in. And so I know Amplify K2 is a great one to help with phonics. I know that if I have an emergent bilingual Amplify K2 is going to help because they need a lot of phonics. But the really great thing about Imagine Learning that we love is that it hits all 5 of those components of effective reading instruction, and it creates a very unique pathway for the student. So it assesses the student at the beginning and determines a pathway based on the specific needs. So it's very specialized. It's one of the reasons we love it. Second reason I really love that one is because it's the only resource out there that identifies if a student does not get it and has up to 5 different modalities that it uses to reteach the skill. So it's very effective at really finding different ways to get that student to really understand content.
And Ms. Chase, I would like to add, to your point, you definitely want to take you tend to take the path that's least expensive. You want to kind of lend yourself to that, but you also don't want to take an axe to something you need a scalpel to. And then for me as a parent, I'd hate for you to classify my kid as dyslexic, or put them in special education services when some of these lesser methods would work. For instance, differentiated small groups, or even RTI, or even amplified K-2. So to that point, I think you want to be able to have all those resources and utilize those resources, not just out of cost, but out of miscategorizing and misclassifying your kid as something that they otherwise could have easily resolved if they had one of these other options.
Yeah, for sure. But, just want to make sure that it is like the professional judgment of what is going on, not a barrier because of a cost or no available resource or something like that.
Can you speak to that, maybe help us understand that process? So, is an individual teacher having to choose off this menu when they see a struggling, or what does that process look like? Who makes the decision as to?
So, that's a very good question, Dr. Knowles. So we have a problem-solving team on most of our campuses. A lot of our veteran teachers, because they've been doing this work for a long time, are able to kind of make those decisions very, off the cusp. It's just natural to them. But we also have novice teachers, and that's a great thing about the problem-solving team is that they're able, usually they meet like bi-monthly, sometimes once a month, but the teachers are able to bring forth cases to the problem-solving team and say, I have this student, and this is what my literacy data says. This is what I've tried so far, and we're able to make recommendations by some of the other experts on the campus. Usually on that problem-solving team, you'll have your campus literacy coach, you'll have your diagnosticians will oftentimes serve on there. You have the dyslexia reading interventionists that are on campus. Oftentimes they'll ask one of us to come if it's a really difficult situation and they've tried many things. It's like, what do you think? So it's just kind of like a body of experts that come together, and we look at the case and we make recommendations so that we don't just have novice teachers making those decisions, that it takes time. That's one of the things, that's why I mentioned earlier, it's a very complicated process, and it does take a very long time to become a really good reading teacher.
And where does that time come in as far as their ability to discuss these cases? Where is that?
A lot of times those happen during the day, like they'll have,
during the teacher's day?
Like during their PLC time, sometimes that happens. It just depends on the campus. Sometimes they do them after school, like they know that on these 2 Wednesdays they have to stay after school for their problem-solving teams. It just depends on the campus.
So for the most part, it's PLC time?
Yes.
And PLC time is used in how many different ways? When do they meet with their expert, their specialists on their campus? When do they do their assessments of what's working, not working? Where do they? Okay, so each
learning.
Right, and PLCs happen how many times? Once a day or once?
It depends on the content area, but once a week.
Once or twice a week.
Yeah.
And so all those things have to be done in that same time slot, as well as to adjust these cases.
Yeah, usually what they do is like each time they meet, there's a different purpose. So like maybe this week might be we're looking at data because we just had our CFAs or we just had our literacy assessments. The next time we meet, We're looking at, we're professional learning because we're trying to get better at this particular component of CISD reads in the campus. The next time we're meeting to discuss, cases.
My point was,
I know.
I feel, I'm like, I understand because I've been there, and I feel so, the teachers are bogged, and to be truthful, they want to do all these things. They want to teach those students. They want to find the solutions. That's their heart. That's why they went into it. But the truth of the matter is there's only so much time in the day. And the truth of the matter is they've got all those other requirements on them in that PLC time. And they've got to meet with their department, their specialists, and they've got to meet with their team, and they've got to do, and there's just, and this is part of the reason why things slip through the cracks. I'm just saying, I don't blame the teacher for that. I'm not blaming, there's just only physically so much room, and we've got to find some help, some issue that we can alleviate and take out of the picture and work on this. I do want to go back to the differentiated small group instruction. Been there, done that, witnessed it, been a part of it, still volunteering in classrooms, helping with it. What is happening in that 45 minutes of instruction time? It's only small chunks for those differentiated small group instruction. What is happening with the rest of that class? You've got 4 at that table, 6 max. What is happening with the rest of those kids in that class during that time?
That's a wonderful question. Usually what the teacher does is it's a great opportunity for them to get that sustained practice that Dr. Peck talked about earlier. And so they'll have anchor stations where they rotate around and they practice skills that have previously been taught. And those are also very data-driven as well. So I'm looking at data, determining what are the needs, like who needs more practice in this area, and my anchor stations are geared to the needs of the students that are in the class.
So in those anchor stations, the kids just rotate as far as around for those stations and where they need them. Who's monitoring those, that they're actually on task, that they're actually progressing, that they're actually not actually frustrated because they are lost in it all, and they spend 45 minutes rotating through these stations with no value.
A lot of times what the teachers will do is they'll have incorporated in their anchor stations ways that they can come back and monitor what they're doing in there. So for example, if I'm partner reading with Mark, I might have a response where I have to go in and write a response, and then that is the way that I go back and give my students feedback on the work that they're doing independently without me being there. So there's ways that they embed monitoring of the learning.
So then the teacher has to go back and do that assessment on top of it as well.
Yes, it's part of what they do is monitoring the work.
And when do they have time to do that?
They do that like they do all of their other grading. They do it after school. They do it on the weekends. They do it during their conference time.
Okay, and then, go ahead.
Part of the other ways that they'll do some things to try to give more time to teachers. It's an unbelievably difficult job. One of the things you'll see teacher, staff, or principals do upon occasion are planning days. So they'll come in, they'll get subs for a team to give them a whole block of a day to do some of, they may do some of these things that we're talking about as far as case studies as well as planning. They'll do it for a whole day, and then some campuses will utilize what they call active start, where the kids get an opportunity to go do some different activities to start the day, and it gives the teachers extra time as well. So you'll see kind of both of those things utilized as ways that they give extra time to teachers when they can.
This is one of those questions that was just trying to get it on the record and bring to the attention.
Well, I don't think it's lost on any of us. We're all teachers too.
I know, that's why. But it was for other people to know it too and understand how hard it is for these teachers.
Yeah.
They're just buried in it. And they don't, and unfortunately we have, as Datron mentioned, all these tools in the toolbox, but when are we expecting them to actually get it all figured out and planned and worked for them when we don't have it for, I'm just sitting here going, I know, in 30 years, In 30 years, I have never found a teacher that has said the differentiated small groups work for them and that they find value on that 45 minutes of those kids on their independence. I haven't found one. Now, I obviously haven't gone through our entire district, but it is in the last year and a half that I've seriously been going on this. I haven't come across one. I meet teachers all the time and I ask, does this differentiated group and independent time work for you? No. Is there a value of your kids being alone on their own for those 45 minutes? No.
And so, excuse me, what if they stated would be useful if they didn't have those 2 items to deal with?
As far as what would work for them, whole group instruction isn't a negative. Whole group of directed, guided instruction, and it shouldn't be for long periods of time, but freeing up the teacher to work with the kids and independently go through and assess and see kids on task and work with them and to address their small group that they may be doing their peer reading time. And those teachers being able to go around and read with them or see them engaging and or not actually on task makes things more pertinent than there's a lot of teachers doing things on their own behind closed doors that is working, but they're doing it behind closed doors.
So are we getting teacher input, to your point, are we getting teacher input on the small group instruction?
Yes.
Absolutely. We get teacher input on all components of curriculum. We do teacher surveys as part of that. And then we also offer the opportunity, we write curriculum every summer, which is where we take their feedback and we go into our lessons and create lessons for them. Like, they've said, we need anchor activities, and how do we monitor those anchor activities? And so then during the summer, we get a group of teachers together, Mark leads it, his coaches lead it, and we write anchor activities that we offer for them that already have some of the ways that they can monitor engagement through those anchor activities.
You're saying anchor.
Mm-hmm.
Anchor.
Incorrect.
Anchor. It's like a
Anchor. Yes, anchor.
That means like a specific anchoring you down to this task. But I did ask. I did wish to have input, but Dr. Knoll and I evidently missed in communication on this from our teachers. I did ask for that.
I think did we get a survey?
We got it from DIAGs and LSSPs, we got it from speech, and we got it from dyslexia, but we didn't get anything from the teachers in the classroom.
I'd like to add a couple things. I've been to some of those classrooms doing our board field trips when they were doing this small group deal instruction. I thought it went well. Some of the kids were doing puzzles of various things, and the teacher was sitting there and doing her small group deal, and I thought it worked well. Second, I'd like to add, I think we're mistaken if we don't think teachers give feedback. They're some of the most vocal people you ever meet. So it's not like you're giving them this and say you got to do this and this is where you got to do it, and they're not giving us the feedback and say this is working or this is not working. Otherwise, our test scores wouldn't be where they are. So trust me, they're giving. No matter what you give them, you can give them a crayon, they can say I don't like it. This is why I don't like it. It doesn't have nice grips. No matter how small it is, how big it is, whatever the situation may be in that classroom, those teachers give feedback.
Is it written? I mean, is that feedback written and able to be, like, counted? Like, can we qualify that data, like, to process it?
Yeah, we do.
What are they doing there?
Groups.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the direct answer is yes. So one of the things that we've taken to do in the last handful of years is, she alluded to the term job-embedded coaching. So we'll put out a survey to teachers and say, what's working for you, what's not working for you? And then based on the results of the survey, we will then go in and either train them on an existing methodology if they feel like it has potential, but they don't feel like they're at capacity in terms of knowing how to do it. Or we'll look for an entirely new approach if they're indicating that what they're currently doing is not.
Who executes that survey? How is that put out to them? How is it received?
It varies. Sometimes it's the principal, sometimes it's an instructional coach from my department, sometimes it's an instructional coach from their campus.
So is that data somewhere where we could see that?
feedback?
So centralized, no, because it's very specific to the needs of the campus and where those teachers are at any given
So
time.
that's my question is, how as a district are we, I guess, assessing that data overall?
Like in a
Because this
holistic
is-
way?
Yeah.
Yeah. A couple of ways. I mean, one, at the end of the year, we take sort of an aggregate of what we've learned, and that feeds into what Darren was describing, the curriculum writing. We then try to find teachers, particularly the vocal ones, to come and work with us.
But you're taking the data, like that's not housed somewhere where it can be reviewed. The data that's coming from the teachers.
Who would be reviewing? I'm just curious.
Just overall, like something we could request as far as like how this menu is working.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what we could do potentially, if you wanted to see it, was take the various surveys we put out and house them in like a Google Doc so you could see them. But what you'll notice is, again, they target specific needs. So sometimes you'll have a group of teachers saying, I'm really struggling in guided reading, or we collectively are. We feel like we need work in this area. So one survey will reflect that. And
But
then
that's at a school versus district-wide.
Yeah.
Right.
We also get informal data from them as they come to our content leadership training. A lot of the work that we do with them there, they give us feedback, and this is where that's where we get FaceTime with teachers.
Like verbal.
Verbal,
Yeah, not
yeah, it's not
documented
anything
stuff.
that we can collect and share. But the bulk of it is that time when we visit campuses and are there to train them or to do walkthroughs with their coaches and campus administrators. We'll talk to them and they'll share, much like I'm sure they share it with you guys, and that's just feedback that we take then to our summer curriculum writing to enhance what we have, because at the end of the day, the resources are for them.
I do think it would be beneficial to have that housed in a central area.
Well,
and accessible.
to kind of, I think what I'm hearing is, like, are you thinking that there could be a district-wide survey that could be created? Are you guys saying that would be helpful to us or to you? Is that something we could do?
A centralized data group where we could evaluate how this menu is working across the district, not just by school, of course, but it could be broken down by school, by feeder zone, and
What I'm
of course,
thinking-
district-wide.
I'm sorry, Mick.
Yeah.
I think that's what I was trying to figure out, is it sounds like they have specialized like Oak Ridge may ask different questions than Caney Creek. I think what I'm hearing you say is, could we have a general survey that then we can break down for feeder zone, but everybody's asked the same question?
Right. They're saying they receive this data. What I'm hearing is you'll receive it in verbal or per school basis, where we could have it a district-wide annual survey or semi-annual. That way, that data could be gathered district-wide and then broken down, of course.
It's a very cool idea.
Would this be specifically for this, or just or other?
Specifically for this.
Yeah.
With this, yes.
That's
absolutely.
possible.
Well, because this is district-wide.
Yeah.
Well, but wouldn't the issues ebb and flow in the sense that maybe this week we had some a situation or a special student that needed something, but by the time we looked at that information, we have solved it, or we have moved on to something else. So not that we couldn't collect it, but it would almost seem like then we would have to follow through to see where it ended.
No, I'm talking just teacher feedback in general, not student specific, but just they're saying, how do you get educator feedback?
And areas that they would like to grow in.
Like the people that are implementing these options, their general feedback, not student specific.
It gives a sense of ownership too.
Yeah.
There is one survey that we do that we would bring back this year, because we actually had in-person district-wide staff development. We had not had that before. And it's a survey that asks what your needs are. So it's a little bit more generic, and it goes to all core areas, all subjects. We do ask them what grade level you're in, and we ask them, like, are you a high school CTE teacher, or are you a K, a teacher that's self-contained? So we could funnel that. Traditionally, we get about maybe 2,000, 2,500 responses, and inevitably, because we hadn't done it in the last couple of years, so we would do it again this year, is what you hear from teachers is they want more activities and they want time for planning. That is, and they've seen it every year, that is what they want. So because of that, what you'll see internally that we don't have here before you is inside our learning management system is this, it's called Canvas, is this robust plethora of anchor activities to be able to put forth. So if you need your kids to learn the long E, short E, is that right? Yeah. Then there's like 4 or 5 things that you could do to put inside your anchor activity station.
Do you have to then go back and make those, or is it something that's easy for them to just implement? That's, yay!
We've worked really hard at that. Now,
Yeah.
is it all-encompassing? No, because we have, we also need the personnel to be able to create that, and why we ask teachers in the summer to say, hey, we have extra duty, anyone want to come work in the summer where we pay you extra to help us do that?
Most of them are so tired and burnt out by that point. You were saying,
Well, now, going back to that survey you mentioned, is that an optional survey? You said you have roughly 2,000.
We send it out to principals. We would send it out to a principal email, and we would, this time now that we have a teaching learning newsletter, we could put it up there. But
I would think it would be something that could be required. Just, and it could be short,
it's
like
hard
a
to
10
do
answer.
That's a culture.
when do you request that?
End of the year.
it's around this time, right about when we're going to start doing district-wide staff
They're-
development.
Everybody's quitting.
Yeah.
In August. It's around this time because we're doing what's called the professional learning framework. And that professional learning framework is what kind of staff development do you want? Do you want after school? Do you want micro PDs, which are quick 45 minutes during the day? Do you want during the day? Do you want summer institutes? Do you want lab sites? That means that we go and we showcase classrooms. So we give them a variety of what modalities, that's how you say that,
Learning
have that
modality,
staff
yeah.
development.
That's just one more thing for them to do right now. So that's why I was like, because of that.
Yeah.
It becomes almost punitive.
On the survey as an area that they want more, they either want more anchor activities, they want more ways to help them really refine and target what they do in small group instruction.
Can we go back to that slide? Just sorry. To move away from the survey discussion, y'all mentioned like real improvement, the 36 to 26%. Do you see, or did you see, the use of specifically one of these tools, or one of the things on the menu that we could point to drove that improvement?
Any one thing, is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think it's a combination of things.
Okay.
It's difficult to determine the efficacy of any one thing when you're looking at
Okay.
100 kids.
And my second question in this menu, you all mentioned that there's not like a stacking order. You do this and you do that and you do that. But maybe you don't know this, but how often is it that dyslexia intervention or special education services are chosen first or towards the beginning?
I would like to have them answer that, because I think they can give you that information.
All right, nice segue.
So before we move to that, I do want to make sure that we talk about our ongoing literacy work. So
Will you move the mic, please?
Yes, no problem.
Thank you.
So our ongoing literacy work before we transition to Dr. Henry. So a lot of things that we've mentioned here are things that we feel would aid our teachers. So remember Mark's talked to you about the blue tiles and the components of the house, and I'm a novice teacher, how do I learn all of that? What do I do with a struggling learner? Who's going to help me get all these resources and put things together? Who's going to help me be able to know what to put in the anchor activity? That is a dedicated literacy coach on each K-6 campus. So currently, we have done a really good job that we now have instructional coaches at all our campuses, but we would like to see, just a dedicated literacy coach that helps with all these components. One thing that we've been very blessed with is, let's go back to this slide, which are all, when readers do struggle, we do what's called reading intervention. and we do reading intervention before they get to possibly, further services through either RTI, or we do them in Amplify, or we just need another teacher in the room to help me pull another small group. So through ESSER, we've been blessed to purchase reading intervention positions to help us with that. That's something that we really appreciated, that has helped us with growth, and that's something that with ESSER going away would be something to consider. As Mark alluded to, a unified district-wide systematic phonics resource. Remember, he talked about that when we were looking at that in 2017, 2019, all the way till now, we were looking at all the research that was out there, and we chose these 3 are good. But with that, with as large as we are, the clarity is not clear. And so we think it's time that it needs to be clear and concise so that we don't leave the guessing game to what is the right thing to do for our students and how to move it all the way through that literacy block.
Can I add to that?
Yes, please.
One point to make. It's going to speak to something you talked about. Something we didn't have 5 years ago is phonics resources that were a little bit more turnkey. The 3 that we have adopted, we get a lot of feedback, take time to prep, and that makes me very unhappy. We're now in a position where we have some that are a little bit easier to prep.
Yeah, and I also had heard from teachers that actually the Heggerty is really not even a good phonics program. I mean, it's really not phonetics or phonics, and so that's good to hear that I'd be eager to see what it is. What I'd really like to know is that we've got a very strong instruction on the pre-K kindergarten level, in that the stronger we are in those phonetics, regardless, I mean, you're talking science of reading, those sounds, the way not the RTI, the reading by design, RBD, the Take Flight. That was the one I was trying to remember. See, I learned when I went to your workshop. The Take Flight, the reading by design, those things, if we do more of that on the front end, we can give those kids that other percentage more attention. I mean, I just think if we could be stronger on that at the beginning. I've talked with a lot of kindergarten teachers, granted mainly on my side of the feeder zone, but I have talked to some across the district. That would really help with those kids.
And then also with the anticipated growth, the ability to provide a full suite of literacy resources to staff. So when we grow a teaching allocation, we're able to give them a classroom, we're able to give them, in some cases, a portable. But the funding to be able to provide these resources does not exist. So that would be something for us to consider as we move forward.
Do you know, Dr. Knoll or Dr. Upshaw, do you know how many reading interventionists we have on ESSER funds right now?
39. And if we were to actually be able to hire more teachers, I know that comes at a big price, wouldn't that also lower our student ratio per classroom? Or what is our K through 12 classroom, I mean K through 4, let's just say.
Our goal is 22 to 1.
So if we had, and the ability to get more teachers, would it lower, I know the answer to this, but the lower class sizes, would it affect our interventioning with our students as well as 39 interventionists?
No doubt.
Maybe I could speak.
Yeah.
You know, part of the philosophical challenge that you have with that, you know, let's say we hire more people. Yes, we could lower class size, but one of the debates that happens, like all those things you talked about, all these things that are put on teachers' plates.
Right.
When you lower class size, and that's great, it's wonderful, so you go from 22 to 1 to 19 to 1, all those things still exist on the teacher's plate.
Yes.
It's just for 19 kids instead of 22. Where sometimes if you, instead of hiring that additional teacher to drop it from 22 to 19, you hire a reading interventionist that then supports all of those teachers, they can go start pulling things off of those teachers' plates.
Has
And
that
that's
been a question?
That's the philosophical challenge, right? Where people from the outside will look and say, well, you have all these people that are not classroom teachers. You shouldn't shouldn't employ all these people that are not classroom teachers. What are you doing? You get it, and you speak to that point, is it's their job is to support the teachers to pull those things off so that teachers can teach. So it is
I would
it's just
recommend
it's a back
that.
and forth, right? It's a back and forth of where is that right balance. We have faced a lot of scrutiny here in the past, and it goes back to, we had a financial workshop a month ago today, right? We were operating at $1.11 when all of our peer districts are operating at $1, on average $1.24. They have access to resources that we don't have.
I understand that
Yeah.
completely, but I just was curious, is there more, I would ask, if you were going to ask those questions in a survey, I would ask them, would it help them more to have smaller class sizes or keep at least then we'd be asking our teachers in the trenches. I mean, they're the ones out there working it, doing it. Is the interventionist helping them as much as a smaller class size would?
Well, but then I think we also run into the problem, okay, so we lower it from 22 to 19, where do the other kids go? I mean, what
Yeah, we don't
classroom are they
have-
Well, no,
in?
that I understand. It's all part of the same process.
Well, and I think anytime you do a survey, excuse me, you should never ask a question
You don't want to answer.
that you're not willing to
To
take their
answer.
answer and do something with.
Or
So if
try.
Right, so if we don't have the funding to provide things, we have to be careful about giving an impression of, would you like us to lower your class size from 22 to 19, when if Darren were here, he could give us the number, but that's
The
probably
mathematics,
$100 million.
I think Darren's having a heart attack.
Right, yeah.
So what are we looking
Darren,
at
what
for
is that number?
39
What is-
interventionists and then
What is
some?
22 to 19, what would that do probably for the budget? Or what, just doing a half, we talked about doing one half.
80 teachers,
Yeah.
I would think it's around 80 teachers. Is it more than that?
60.
That was 3 million when you looked at lowering one student.
Yeah,
So it's
so-
3 million, so if you lower it 4 kids, it's 12 million.
So one student is 3 million, just to get it on the microphone to the room, so, yeah.
And what would we hope to get if we get the 39, keep our 39 interventionists and we're wanting to get more? What are those numbers?
Yeah, what's the value there?
To get more,
To add more, keep our 39 interventionists after ESSER funds and get more, because I thought that's what you just
Yeah.
said.
so we have to look at the cost of what an interventionist is and then multiply that.
Darren, what do you use? Is it 75,000? Is that your basic number? 75,000?
Yeah.
So at 39 is $3 million.
So right now at the 39, we've got to come up with that because ESSER is ending come September. And if we want to add any other interventionists, we'd have to then add that money on top of it.
Yes,
Yes.
Yeah.
right. And then, again, looking at, there would be a cost if we did move forward with a systematic phonics resource, and then also there would be a cost for any anticipated growth for every teacher allocation that we had, that was
Sure.
an English language arts classroom teacher, that they would have the materials that we recommend.
And is this even addressing any dyslexia needs?
This is tier 1 instruction.
That's all I'm saying, is that, and we haven't even touched
Right,
dyslexia.
I know.
Yeah.
But the interventionist is also in hopes of preventing more,
Absolutely.
Sure,
so.
yeah, I like it. I agree.
Thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
all your questions and for your
Thank
time.
you all very much.
Hand it over to Dr. Henry.
Good evening. Thank you for letting us be here today. All right, if I could go back and answer Mrs. Chase's question about when you look at that menu, is there ever a time that a student could go straight to dyslexia or special education? And the answer is anytime we suspect a disability, that child will go to testing. It doesn't mean that while we're waiting for that testing to occur, that they wouldn't have those interventions in place while the timeline is going. But yes, there are those times when we know this child is struggling. We have the data to support it. We need to look at assessment.
Okay.
I hope that answers your question.
We look at a chart, and it shows a smaller percentage of dyslexia kids and a larger percentage and a larger percentage. What would you attribute that? Because I have a suspicion that. What would you attribute that to?
So some of the numbers that you see that are in intermediate, they started in elementary.
Mhm.
They're just continuing in the program.
Correct.
The other thing is that, you know, we were at one time using a program that took a long time for our children to get through the program. And so that prolonged the time that children were receiving that intervention. And quite honestly, I think that because we have put things in place like Hegarty, because we have put things in place like some stronger phonics instruction, certainly the Reading Academy, I think that we are having children who are filling gaps and are not misidentified.
And does feedback for the feedback and communication, would that be partially attributed to it? Meaning that if you're a younger kid, you're not able to articulate or communicate as much as to what your struggles are, as opposed to when you get a little older and you're able to give that feedback from the, just curious.
That is possible. We do have children, you know, many of our dyslexia children are very intelligent, so they tend to mask their dyslexia because they have because they are able to compensate. They're able to cope until the curriculum gets to a point that they can no longer do that.
And then
so
they
that
get
is,
wrong.
yes, and so that we identify those children in 4th grade, 5th grade.
And I say that because I thought about one of my kids, glasses. He's always had poor vision. But he started wearing glasses in maybe 3rd, 4th grade. He couldn't tell me he couldn't see up until that point, and he could compensate just based on. So you'll see kids wearing eyeglasses much more so when they get a little bit older because they're just dealing with it up until that point. But it doesn't mean their eyes all of a sudden got worse, right? Or you might misdiagnose them. You just didn't get the feedback.
Right. Absolutely. You're exactly right.
Just thought that was a concept stuck in my head there.
And I will tell you on that chart that we saw that you alluded to, when you take pre-K and kindergarten out of that mix, and we do test children in kindergarten, but if you take pre-K and kindergarten out of that mix, our numbers
spikes up.
I'm sorry?
It goes up.
For 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, we are actually identifying at 4.83%. I just wanted to. It's not, you know, it's not 20%, but it is higher. And then, if I could address before I get started, Hegarty. So the title of that resource is phonemic awareness. 95% of that program is phonological and phonemic awareness. It purely addresses that. It's not meant to address phonics, although it does do some letter knowledge to connect to the sounds, but the purpose of that program, or that resource, it's not a program, that resource is phonological and phonemic awareness, not phonics instruction. So I did want to clarify.
Yeah, no, I'm glad. I guess what I'm really wondering is what is it that we're using that is teaching the 44 sounds of our alphabet?
We are using the 3 phonics programs that Mark alluded to earlier. That is where we are at this moment.
And the teachers have a clear-cut path of, we're going to start on this for this, or this, and then we're going to jump over to this book for this, and this book for this?
We have a scope and sequence that follows the recommended sequence of lessons that you would find in, for example, a dyslexia program.
What about regular classroom?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
That's what the curriculum,
Okay.
the scope and sequence, the sequence of letters and sounds that we teach are based on the recommended progression from one sound to the next, or one letter to the next.
Now, does that happen in the 80-minute block?
I'm sorry?
Does that teaching happen in the 80-minute block that we saw in the graph?
It happens in the 25-minute block, but then it has those connections all throughout that 150-minute block.
Yeah, 150.
So it's not a one-time stop.
Correct.
So have we considered that some kids, like, where do they, like, are we pinpointing where they get that instruction?
So they get the Hegarty instruction during that 25-minute block, in addition to some explicit phonics instruction. And then when they're doing read aloud, and when they're doing interactive writing and interactive reading and shared reading and guided reading, strategy groups. Anytime there is a connection to be made, it is made at that school.
So how is that measured per student? How can you measure that since you're...
You look at reading levels, you look at fluency, you look at running records. There's a lot of informal data that teachers collect every day. And so you can look at a pattern that you see children, like I can look at a running record and say, oh, you know what, this child is missing words that have, I looked at one, I read one a couple of weeks ago, and every word that had a suffix on it, she missed. And so I knew, just by looking at that, listening to the couple of books that she read to me, that we need to go back and do some explicit instruction with her in suffixes. ING, ED, MENT, NESS. Those were the words. She could read them as soon as I covered that up.
So when does the teacher have the one-on-one time with each of the 22 students and all this bouncing around?
So and I can let Mark speak to that, but what I would say is that during guided reading, you have a small group of 6. You can do 6 different things with the children at that one table. You can also, when you're conferring with children, you can have them read to you. So sometimes kids are in small groups, sometimes kids are in anchor stations, sometimes kids are reading and the teacher's going from one student to the next, listening to them read at their desk, asking them some comprehension questions, asking them, read this to me. Oh, you know what, let's look at this sentence again. Let's phrase this sentence so the fluency is better. It's those little push-in times, and it can happen throughout the entire day. Did you want to add anything more? Does that answer your question?
It does. I will say in doing our campus tours that we walked into these classrooms where they had the dimly lit room and the kids are holding books and I'll be honest, a lot of them seemed confused as to what they should be doing, so I feel like they were losing 5, 10, 15 minutes because they're not understanding that, oh, I should be opening this book, that they were holding a closed book and I did find that wasteful because that's crucial, especially when you're dealing with 25, 30-minute blocks.
Right.
They're sitting there waiting on an adult to come and instruct them, and we're losing that. And so we just focused on that.
That's a great conversation and something that we will continue to talk about for sure. Yeah. I appreciate that.
Especially those poor dyslexic kids that are already frustrated and can't read and embarrassed to let their cohorts know what they can. I mean, that's a long period of time to sit there.
Absolutely.
It's also a long day as well. We can't just say we walk into a classroom and assess that this is what's going on. When we just
but if there's a better way to
in.
utilize that time,
And it may have just been that they had a rough transition, that they had something.
Well, a table like of 4 or 6 kids all holding books. Yeah, I mean it's a concern.
But I understand what you're saying. I will say too, for our dyslexia students, one thing that we're looking at, and again it goes to being able to provide additional resources, is that we offer to bring in more decodable text to our classrooms. I love decodable text, and yet they're also, it's like a love-hate relationship. So I come from the world of dyslexia. That's what I do 24 hours a day, it feels like. And I've been doing this a long time. What I find with decodable text is they're great for practicing the skills that we are learning in dyslexia. Every piece of text that we use in our dyslexia program is decodable text. That means that there's nothing in that text that they haven't already learned. And Dr. Peck did a great job of explaining that. The flip side of that is that out in the real world, you're not going to just be given decodable text. When I go to the library and I want to read this book, chances are it's not going to be a decodable text. So we have to teach other strategies in order to make sure that we also have a good mix. Because decodable texts are fabulous, and I believe in them 100%. But I think it becomes very dangerous when that's all
All
that our
you do,
children with
yes.
dyslexia are
Yes.
being given. So, does that help?
Good, yeah.
All right, so dyslexia. What is dyslexia? Some of what is on your screen right now, Dr. Peck did a great job of going over. I want to talk specifically about dyslexia. It's neurobiological, as we learned earlier. It can be genetic. It is about how the brain processes language, both written and oral. It's also about how the brain has those different processes or those different pathways, and how we as humans have to develop that. Because writing and reading, as she said, is it's a human invention. And so, as we go through this, dyslexia at its core is a word level disability. So that means, can I read a word? Can I associate sounds with the letters that I see in the word and read a word? That is what truly dyslexia is. It has to do with phonological awareness and phonemic awareness, which we've already talked about, so I'm not going to repeat that. It's about phonics. She gave a good example of a closed syllable. That is what we teach in dyslexia. At the end of the day, the best thing we can do for our dyslexia children is to teach them those things so that they read with automaticity. And what I mean by that is, can they look at a word C-A-T, and do they have to think, okay, the C says k, or act, is it sat, or is it cat? I think it's cat. Or do I look at C-A-T and I say cat? That's the difference between automaticity, because when the brain has to look at words and spend an amount of energy on decoding a word because it's not automatic, then they have less, for a better word, space in the brain to then comprehend. And so that's, we have to make sure that we are helping our children get to that automatic level, that automaticity. And then that automaticity is what will increase fluency. Okay? Any questions on that? The other thing I want to mention, and we got into a lot of numbers, and I'm going to get into numbers and percentages in just a few minutes, but one thing that I want to remind us all is that dyslexia exists on a continuum. So you can have a child that is very severely dyslexic, and they are going to need some very intensive instruction and explicit intervention. You have others that are on the very mild end of dyslexia. I was never identified with dyslexia. I can decode like nobody's business. But is it automatic? I still sometimes will say S instead of C and C instead of S. I read very slowly. My automaticity and my fluency is not very good. It didn't stop me from getting a doctorate. But what it did do is it made me learn to compensate for what I had. I didn't need intervention. It wouldn't have helped me. I already knew those things. But what I didn't have was that fluency instruction, and so I spent so much time decoding, which I knew how to do, I just did it slowly, that comprehension was terrible, all through high school, terrible. So I think we have to remember that when we are looking at children for dyslexia, yeah, 20% of the population may be absolutely accurate, but it doesn't mean that 20% of our children need that identification in order to be successful in the classroom, because it is so mild that it would actually do them a disservice by pulling them out and not giving those TEKS instruction that they're missing in the classroom. So I just wanted to put that out there and just let you mull over that. And
I get you. I was concerned about the 20% because it seemed high, so I had to Google it for myself. And Wikipedia specifically says 3 to 7% of the population is affected by it.
Yes.
And 20% has some degree of it.
That's correct.
So.
That is correct. And
Thank
that's
you for
why some
clarifying.
children are never identified, because it's so mild that they don't need that intervention.
So do you think our numbers are right, or do you think they're understated or overstated?
So I think they're probably still a little low. I think we're still working on that. Do I think that 15% is acceptable? I think that's probably too high. But, you know, I'm just totally, you know, that's my professional opinion.
Sure.
And
Thank you.
I do have some charts to show you. Just a
I
few
love
minutes.
charts.
That might- I do.
Well, what I'm hoping you'll get to as well is just the testing. Will you be able to talk about that
Yes,
later?
we're going to, very shortly, I'm going to, the rest of these slides that I have will not take very long.
And can I just ask one question? So everything that we have talked about is for a regular student. None of these students have emotional or any other ADHD or any other thing that might also contribute to challenging their reading ability.
Absolutely. There are many children who have coexisting conditions with dyslexia. For example, we have a lot of our children who are in dyslexia that are also in speech. Because again, it has to do with that auditory language, right? That oral language. We also have children who are ADHD. ADHD tends to be very comorbid with dyslexia. What that means, though, is that you have to be careful, because dyslexia can mimic ADHD, and ADHD can mimic dyslexia. So sometimes it's hard to make that, it's hard to separate that. But we have quite a number of our children who are identified as both. Autism, we do have some children with autism that are also dyslexic, and some of our high-functioning kiddos are. We have, you know, the thing about emotional disturbance, you have to make sure that it's not the behavior that's causing the reading deficits. But again, I mean, we just identified one that is OHI for their emotional disturbance, but the behavior was not the issue. It was truly a reading concern. So that child was identified. So every child we look at, I look at a lot of the dyslexia testing that goes on, and I look at it through the lens of dyslexia. And I personally think that we are really doing a good job. We're identifying a lot of children. Can we do better? I mean, I think in education you never reach your peak, right?
Right.
And so we continue to work towards that.
I think your team works very hard at it.
I have the best team.
There's only so many of them and only so much time in the day, and they can only get to so many.
Absolutely, and I appreciate you saying that.
And when they spend 7 hours a day in an ARD or in ARDs, and that doesn't leave a lot of time for the other stuff.
Absolutely. They are truly remarkable. I have a remarkable team. So I'm going to flip through a couple of these. You have these, I did put a slide in there of the components. They are all a part of what Dr. Peck talked about. They're explicit, systematic, evidence-based, sustained practice, and progress monitoring. We deliver in small groups. We pull out. We do have progress monitoring for our program. This is the percentage of students in Conroe ISD who are identified as dyslexic. And you can see our percentage as compared to the state. I do know that when Kristen was up here, her slide had a little bit different percent. And when you look at the TABOR reports on TEA and PEENS, that is the cohort of children that were in the district at snapshot. And snapshot, I believe Dr. Null explained that, is the end of October. These numbers are for the end of the school year.
And on that snapshot, which I'm going to need some instruction on or help on, it affects us financially because we're identifying and taking a snapshot in October and still trying to test and service kids all the way through the end of the year that weren't even identified at that time and not covered by funding from our state and federal funds for those students. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm just saying that, okay, we're going to have to get on that in the state and federal.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We also have that same problem with testing. If, we have a lot of migrant kids that don't come in until
Right.
after Labor Day, but they're counted towards our testing.
Right.
It's
So
fun.
anyway, that's one of my tasks that I plan to address in Austin, so.
I will support.
Go get them.
Yeah, go get them.
That's right.
I don't know, I'm one person, but I must still be heard.
I did, Dr. Knoll did send to you the dyslexia 7-year summary sheet,
Yes.
and it looks like this. I did want to point out that it breaks down exactly how many students were tested and identified through the last 7 years. I did want to show you a comparison to other districts. I took the districts in the area, the larger districts in the area, as well as the 10 largest districts in the state. You can see that the state percent as of the end of 2022, that's actually the snapshot, the taper number, was at 4.99%. The 6.08 was the end of the school year. We had 5.72 at the time of snapshot, so Katy and Conroe would have flipped. I do want to point that out, that I want to be transparent in that number. I put the number of our numbers for the end of the year. However, the numbers that I pulled from taper are at snapshot. So technically, Katy and Conroe should be reversed, but we're within just a couple of tenths of a percent.
So on the Conroe number of 6.08, where is that, why is there such the discrepancy from the PEIMS? Is that just because of kindergarten and first grade, pre-K not being counted in? I'm just trying to figure out what that difference is.
So this number, I truly went to our database in Conroe, and I took how many students, it actually included pre-K and kindergarten, because I took the students that are currently identified with this as dyslexic, which is 4,000, at the end of the school year, 4,167 students are identified as dyslexic, and divided that by the total number of students we had enrolled at the end of the school year last year, divided them and came up with 6.08.
So we identify kids throughout the year,
Right.
plus we get move-ins, so that's what makes
I
that
just was
number
trying
go
to
up.
figure out
Yeah.
why it was different from PEIMS, but that's because that's the snapshot at the beginning of October.
Yes. So we just
I
keep-
just have seen it over years to be the same way, though, that it's, every year it's still like 3% or less, and yet, for multiple years, I looked at the first PEIMS from before and now this, and it's still not matching up, so that's why I was wondering.
But Dr. Henry, the 6.08, I know how we arrived at, but is this the percentage of students that tested positive to have dyslexia that need intervention, or just tested positive? Like, is this just the...
That are currently dyslexic in our district, whether they have finished their program or they have just been identified. I do have some additional numbers that I can share with you.
You mentioned the sort of gray area, like the students that are dyslexic but won't get any advantages to receiving treatment, like at the low end. Is that included in this number? The students that are identified but there's no advantage to them receiving? Is that what I'm understanding?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The numbers come from anyone that's been identified as a student with dyslexia. That doesn't mean anything related to services. So you can have a child that has been identified in our district with that they may not receive any services. They would fall under a 504, but probably not have a plan at that point. But they would still be identified as either 504 or under special education.
Is that like the main challenge that you're seeing, though, is those kids that are on the low end like that?
Typically for us, and we'll talk about the screeners, is those students, if they ever a student with dyslexia, sometimes, like she said, they compensate for that, and they even show up in a screener when our dyslexia screeners and they don't show up as an at-risk student. So those are the ones that typically are identified late. We're seeing less of that with the changes in the handbook that we have to follow from the state, but we still have it sometimes. And then sometimes we have students that move in that we test it. This year we started, this year we actually had 117 students move into our district so far this year, already identified as dyslexic. So if you look at my teachers, that's about 4 teachers. So we are absorbing a lot of children because we are a district where people are moving to.
Real quick.
Started, and then we have identified, so far this year, we have identified approximately, and Dr. Wiggins is going to talk about this, approximately 300 children right now. So we are actually up about 420 students, and we are 1 semester in. We still have another semester to go.
Those are big numbers. So we've heard a couple of people here speak about how it's important to identify early, right? So do you also have like a comparison for earlier identification? Because this is just the total student population. This could represent a student identified further along than we would want to be able to. So do you have those numbers too, or that data? It just like how we compare.
I don't think
No.
But I
Okay.
can certainly look for that data, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
I will say that going back to Mr. Hubert's question, we have a little over 1,400 students who we are currently serving first grade to 12th grade. I can't find the slide, but over 900 of those children we are serving at the elementary and intermediate level. I think there are about 100 that we are serving at junior high and high school. And a huge majority of that 100 are just finishing their program. They just didn't quite get finished prior to leaving intermediate. If that answers your question.
If I could add just one clarifying point, I'd check with Darren just to make sure, but we're not funded on Snapshot. We're funded on PEAM submissions. We do PEAM submissions all throughout the year. So if a student is identified after Snapshot, we would still be funded for that student.
As they go.
They change, they change. Once they change in the system, their funding mechanism changes. It happens immediately. So it's not based on Snapshot.
Thank you. I do have better numbers for you. 1431 is how many students who are currently being pulled for dyslexia intervention. 1,300 are being pulled at elementary and intermediate. 100 at junior high and 24.
So when a student completes the program, do they drop off of that? Do they drop out of the percentage of numbers?
No, they do not.
They stay.
Okay. They continue, and we are actually working very hard to monitor our children better at the junior high and high school, and that's something we've been working on this year, and we will continue. And last year, we will continue to get better at that. That's one of our growth areas that we are working on.
Just one thing, just to clarify, is there a difference between pooled and identified?
So yes,
Okay.
So pooled means that they are currently receiving dyslexia intervention services.
So you can be identified but not receiving services?
You can because you've finished the program.
Okay, got it.
Our
Thank you.
monitor are kids who are identified but not being pulled, or kids that have completed our program already.
Okay, thank you.
She's going to show the slide that you were.
Oh, sorry.
You're done.
I was like, what happened? I am almost finished with my part, and then Dr. Wiggins can
Give that information. So she was on
Can you go
slide
back to
120, 126.
Yes.
No,
Thank you, Sarah.
26.
There's only 420 slides, so we're moving on. So it's not bad.
Dr. Smith, we'll get to you next month.
So back in 2009, when I began, I came into the dyslexia department in 2009. I was the dyslexia and Section 504 specialist for the district.
and we had 11 interventionists serving elementary and intermediate campuses. This year, we have 47 interventionists at the elementary and intermediate campuses, one of which is a CALT, which some of our, we learned about earlier. We have 15 currently in training and one bilingual currently in training. So we have 5 that should be getting, be able to take their test in the summer or early fall. We have 10 that are, have one more year of training, and then we are starting a new cohort this summer. So I did want to update you for that. We do have 2 lead interventionists who serve children part of the day. The rest of the day that they are coaching. I will tell you that they have not been able to do very much coaching this year because of us having to go in and help serve students in the program. We currently have a dyslexia specialist position that is unfilled, and then we have myself. Expenditure trends for dyslexia, that is also on your chart, your 7-year summary chart on the second page. This is the allotment that we get from the state, or we don't get from the state, but that's allocated, versus how much we have spent the last 2 years.
So where are you pulling that difference?
General fund, I
Yeah.
believe, yes.
Are the ESSER funds included in that amount?
They are not.
No.
And I do have a couple of teachers who are actually paid out of ESSER funds. I actually think I partly pay out of ESSER funds. But we get one more year because they are not considered a classroom teacher position. So.
Okay.
And then I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Taylor. You can switch with me. Oh, no. You can switch back now. We can do it from here.
Musical chairs, here we go.
So what we wanted you to see was what we've been talking about tonight. It's so important for us to get feedback from the staff members who are actually doing the job. This is the most valuable part of the data, in my opinion, because this is how they feel. So we surveyed the 49 dyslexia staff members, and we received 44 responses back from them. You have the full version of their responses in front of you, but this is just a highlight because we need to know how they feel. When you're doing the job every single day, your feedback is different from us spectating. And we were so impressed that we got 44 responses because you can take 3 people's opinion and come up with an assumption. But when you hear from over 90% of your staff members, you pay attention to that. And we continue to try to work on that data. And one of the things that our very first question in any survey for employment is, do you feel valued? You know, and 75% strongly agreed, 22.7 agreed as well. We also wanted to make sure that our staff was adequately trained on the dyslexia handbook, and that was a question on the survey. Have you been trained? 100% of those respondents said yes. And this was just some feedback that we got from them. We also included open-ended responses in the survey because we wanted to hear their voice. And this is just a summary, and Dr. Henry will summarize some of it at the end when we talk about our next steps. But this is just a summary of some of the things they said. And we all know this, and these are things that we want as well, which is to hire more interventionists to help with their caseload, better communication with the problem-solving teams that Mrs. Carlisle talked about today, being able to talk with other stakeholders on campus to make good decisions for our students, being satisfied with their work environment. One of the things that I really wanted to point out is the blue box, adequate teaching spaces, not closets or grade level rooms with dry erase boards and classroom supplies. And these are some things that they said. You know, we know that we're crowded in our district and that we're working hard to try to get space. And space is an issue. You know, it's hard when you're on a campus and you have to be in a smaller space trying to serve kids. And so that's the reality of where we are as a district, as we all know. And we've heard from them, and we continue to try to work on that. I left this one in because I wanted to point out the fact that we got lots of feedback, as you will see on the survey, that our dyslexia staff felt like their supervisor treated them fairly and that would be Dr. Henry. You know, when you get 90.9% of your staff members saying, I am treated fair in my job, that speaks to leadership, you know, and I think Dr. Peck alluded to that in her presentation as well, and so I'm proud that our staff members feel like Dr. Henry supports them fully.
Well done.
They're my whole reason to come every day. And the children.
And on this part, Dr. Henry will connect us back to our next steps, and then we'll move into the dyslexia screener piece.
Yes, this was just about what could we do to help help you in your position, in your job, and what suggestions did they have for the district. And these are just a few. Hire more interventionists, we know, but we also know that the district only has so much money. But I will tell you that right now we are at capacity.
Yeah.
I have no one who has an extra time in their day, so we are truly at capacity. Provide parent training. I will say that I believe Stacey Evans mentioned that we do have parent dyslexia parent advisory committee. It's late. I've gotten a lot of feedback from parents about some trainings that I am going to work on this semester and this summer, so that I can roll out a number of trainings throughout the year that are on Zoom, that they can watch on video, that's recorded, and so that we can really build up that collaboration with our parents and build that community of knowledgeable parents in terms of dyslexia. So those were just a few.
I know that you all are holding the Zoom at noon on Fridays. I sat in on one, and I really want to sit on more. It just hasn't worked. But anyway, I was really disappointed with the number of parents that came. And so when I asked, the question was asked, I didn't ask it, how are they informed of it and everything? It came down to one of the things that was mentioned is that the district does not have the ability to email all dyslexic parents to inform them of that meeting. That someone mentioned that in the December meeting.
So
and
I do.
Okay, well,
I do
that,
have that off that.
and then the second thing was, we were saying that it should be published also in the school newsletter. That was one of the discussion points, that in that area of upcoming events, there should always be that listed in the reminders there. But I just wondered, how are these parents being notified? Because to be honest, there was one at the November and one at the December.
And I think one of those may have been special education. Did you go?
Oh, that may have been it.
Yeah.
But either way, as far as that communication, we don't need to spend a lot of time on it. I'm just saying, as a recommendation, we really need to do a better job of, and then it falls on the parent to be, make it happen, put it on their calendar. I loved kind of that it was at lunchtime for people that were working, that hopefully they could schedule to take their lunch during that time so they could participate in it.
Are they recorded? That they could go back and
We do record it.
Okay.
It's on the website.
Okay, good.
And then we also, when we initially started that, we actually have it where you can ask to sign up for it. So our initial Dyslexia Parent Advisory Committee, we had over 200 people attend that last year.
Could you tell me what that was so I could go back to watch?
Yeah, it's on if you go into special education, you have those from last year too posted. It's on, if you go into the special education website, there's one that says, under Dyslexia, it says Parent Advisory Committee, and it has the agendas on all of them, and it has the Zooms that are on there.
What's the content?
So it depends. We've given, so last year, our specific things that we did is there were some areas that they wanted us to focus on. So we had a website committee, a parent handbook that they're still in the process of working on. There were some focus groups that we worked on from feedback from the parents and parent training. So what we did in those committees is we broke out into committee groups. And then what they did from there is they've been working on different things. Like they've given us feedback on different parent trainings they want to do. And then one thing that we're still in the process of working on, I think our meeting was last week on, was the parent handbook of really giving some guidance to parents when they get into the process. There are some service centers that offer parent resources like that, but they're very large. And so big world of special education and dyslexia and learning difficulties.
And I can talk to our assistant superintendents of elementary and actually of all of them and ask them if they can put, attach a flyer to go out to principals that they can put in their newsletters. On their
Yeah, if it could be like copy and paste for those, whoever's having to put those newsletters together, it would make their job easier and it would help with notification to parents.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's a great suggestion. Thank you.
Before we go to Dr. Wiggins, because I'm probably going to have a lot of questions for you on the testing, because I'm interested in that. But for Dr. Henry, Dr. Upshaw, and I guess for the rest of the panel, we've had a lot of information tonight. One of my questions to you is, of the things that you've heard tonight from a lot of our specialists and people that we've brought in, have you heard anything tonight that you could speak on real briefly that you're doing and want to continue doing, or things that you may have heard that you'd say, no, I'd like to look into that and see if we can't apply that to our district? I know that's a broad question, and then we've had a lot, but I want to make, we want to make what's best for the kids.
One of the things that I think we're all on the same page on, if you look at the blue tile at the bottom where it says endorse a stronger Tier 1 phonics program, I think if that's the big walk away today, it would be that, because when you hire 850 new teachers a year, and when you alluded to earlier, what training are they receiving at the university, and it is tough for us to give them all that Tier 1 training, we don't have time to leave room for guessing which of the three and when. And I think that's one thing that we did the work because it was the research that was out there, and again, we're going to go out there and we're going to get the best of the best, and then we're going to try it. And now we realized that could have created some unintended maybe gaps in some areas that now what we can do is tighten up that pacing guide or scope and sequence or curriculum we talked about. And it is hard for a teacher to say, okay, even if I had all three, because not all of them have all three, some of them don't even have one, as we've talked about, is that where do I pick and choose? It's pretty simple to have what Mark said. Back then, they didn't have something as robust as they do now when we were looking at this. So I would say that is, I think we're all on the same page there in helping teachers understand the importance of that is for early identification.
Great, thank you.
What do you want to add?
No, I agree. That was going to be my suggestion as well.
Very good. Thank you.
So we've already talked about this, so I think we're good.
All right. So one of the things that I kind of wanted to hit on is really, we're required by law to follow the handbook, and there's been a lot of changes in the handbook, and so I think that some of the trends that we see is following guidance that we've got from the handbook. In 2018, really, in my opinion, was probably one of the first times that we saw a really proactive approach, and that was with those screeners. Because really, it was pretty common prior to that in schools that you were not testing for dyslexia until around at the end of second grade, so those 2 years of reading. Now, is it going to say in the handbook that you couldn't test? No, but that was kind of the trend that we were seeing in school districts in the area, well, across the state, actually. And so in 2018, when that started, that dyslexia handbook, that was a really proactive piece, starting with those kindergarten and first grade screeners. And that helps with that identification, those early pieces. So we are dealing with the aftermath of that because we have students that weren't identified until third and fourth grade. So, your hope is that over the years that we should be seeing at some point that most of our intervention will happen in elementary. Right now, we're still seeing a big bulk of our most amount of students that are getting intervention intermediate because they're not finishing that program. But we are seeing the trend is starting to kind of shift, that we're seeing that early interventions are getting into the program early. So do you want to talk about the screeners?
Sure.
Next piece of that.
So I want to let you know that a screener is truly an informal assessment that we use in order to determine those children that are doing very well, and then those children who are struggling. So it's like a sieve. You have you give the screener to every child in the grade level. It's given by a classroom teacher. We actually use M-Class, which is a part of Amplify. It uses Dibbles, and I know that that's, you don't need to look that up, but I will tell you that it is a normed reference assessment that TEA has approved for the dyslexia screeners. We use that, and so we have a screener, and we basically have two piles of children. We have this pile of children who are doing fine. Nothing flagged on the screener. They're doing well with their classroom instruction. They're on reading level. Then we have this smaller pile that, oh, we see a red flag here, we see a red flag there. Oh, let's look deeper at the needs of this child. So that's truly what the screener does. First grade just finished their screener at the end of January. Campuses should currently be having, we call them screener meetings, dyslexia screener meetings. They should be having those on campuses this week to determine for those children, were they having a bad day? Did they, are we concerned? And if we are, what's our next step? Kindergarten will be April 19th to May 19th, and I will say the handbook says that we have to screen first graders by January 31st, kindergarten by the end of the school year. We try to give us a couple of weeks leeway there so that we actually have time to meet on the children prior to everyone leaving for summer. Okay?
And then I'll talk about the last updated handbook, which was 2021. This was probably the biggest change, obviously. And this is where it really gave us an opportunity to look at the whole child, not just look at reading, and that was by offering an FIE. And that's really where that came in, and where, Dr. Henry talked a little bit about, we have students that may have a reading difficulty, but they may also have ADHD, they may have autism and other areas of need. So he gave us an opportunity to see the whole child by doing that full individual evaluation. I know some people refer to this as now there's one pathway, but really if you look in the handbook, I call it a preferred pathway because you really can still ask for a Section 504 evaluation. That pathway is still available, but we're doing the preferred pathway, and most of our parents, we have very few, as you can see, that are doing just the Section 504 evaluation.
It says, go back, it says if a parent refuses a FIE.
Yes, so
why would they refuse a FIE?
some parents have chosen that they don't want a full individual evaluation. A parent has that option.
Okay, so what does that mean for
So
the
then
child?
they can request a 504 evaluation, which means we would only look at reading. Instead of looking at all of the pieces of the whole, like we would look at speech or
But
any other.
the FIE is still something that's done by the school district.
Correct.
It's not something that's sent out, okay.
Yes, they're a full individual evaluation. So that is done in the school district, and what they mean by a Section 504 evaluation is that they have only be looking at the area of reading. And so in the handbook, it's required that we give that option, but we always offer an FIE first. And then this is our numbers up till right now, right? This is where we currently are.
Probably
So we're right now, we have currently a total of 1,006 evaluations that are pending. We're trending to be higher than last year. We're a little over 2,000. Typically in second semester you have more evaluations because students have gone and they've done response to intervention or other things. So typically you'll see a higher number the second semester. We predict we'll at least double. So we'll at least be at 2,000. Probably, I would predict that we trend to probably 2,100 based on kind of what we would be seeing as evaluation for the year.
And we can get through all of those?
Well, I mean, so I was gonna give you, because that's always the question of where we are with evaluations. So on evaluations right now, because that was the big question of how many are we out of compliance on. So once we have an evaluation, you have the 45 days to get the evaluation done, and then you have 30 days to complete the art from that. So we have really strived to make sure that we are trying at minimal, if we don't get the FIE done, that we have it by the art. The purpose of that is so no services are missed, right? And by law, we're required through TEA, we have to report every evaluation that we complete. If we didn't complete in a timely manner, and we're required by law, if we don't complete that art in time, that we have to offer compensatory services if there's a services missed. So we discuss all of that. So right now we have currently 29 evaluations that are out, but out of those, only 3 of those were actually compliant for the R. And then we also have 18 Rs that were out, but the evaluation was within the timeline. So honestly, based on our shortage, we're doing
That's
really
freaking
well,
amazing.
in my opinion on that. I mean, ideally, we would be out of, I mean, the state only does 100% or you're not compliant. So when we report on that through our indicators and have corrective action on that, they don't look at, like, if we just miss one evaluation, they don't care. They want all evaluations done. So we report on all of that.
So when I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sure.
Yes, ma'am.
So as far as that did not qualify, how are those students identified for evaluation? Is it because the parents have said, I see something going on, or with the teacher, or is it a combination of the both for the
It could
students
be
that don't
mixed.
qualify?
So that does mean that they did the testing and they were not shown to have a disability. So I don't have that numbers with me, but I could tell you, like, 'cause we have to report all of that. So if a parent asks for that information, and that's always good information for us to go back for our NPSS and our problem-solving teams, is that they come back and, we'll look at the end of the year, because I send that out even to our assistant suits when we look at that as a whole. Like, we have a campus that had a lot of referrals, and their DNQ rate was pretty high. We would look and potentially say, well, maybe their interventions, they aren't doing as strong interventions in those areas, and they had gaps that didn't show a disability, but there were gaps in their education.
Okay, so a combination of the both then.
Yeah,
parents
yeah.
and
So it's not broken down here, but the DNQ could be someone that a problem-solving team recommended, or it could be a parent request.
Okay, thank you.
So my question is, when a parent comes to me via email or in person and says, it costs the school is denying testing my child because of the cost, or they're not going to cover the cost, what are they talking about? Help me understand where that comment is coming from.
So as far as, like, for our process for testing, so when a parent requests testing, it goes to the problem-solving team on the campus, and the campus comes together because they know the student, and they determine if they are going to request testing. And so there's some criteria they look at. If they choose not, if they say we do not see a concern, if we do not think we want to test.
I apologize. When you say they, could you tell me who the they and the we?
Whoever's on the problem-solving team. So the team typically consists of an administrator on the campus. It's
so when you say
counselors,
when you say
teachers,
they, it's the district.
It's the campus.
When you say they, it's not the parent. It's they. Is
the campus team. Yes, will meet, and they look at typically. We ask them to look at things like, are there any concerns, or is the teacher showing that there are concerns? We look at that assessment data, like, are they showing that they're making progress? We're not showing on screeners that there were concerns. It's just a gathering of data that they look at. Also, if there was an outside evaluation done, is there an outside disability that we would look at? All of those things are things that we'd bring to that. I was asked not very long ago, I think it was by Dr. Noel, how many kids we have denied testing for this year, and there's 39 that I had as of last week. So in the whole district, we've had 39 that we have denied doing assessment for.
So if a parent does a private testing, we don't use that at all, or a little bit, or?
So we're required to always consider an ISD evaluation, and the assessment team takes that in, and there are pieces of it. Sometimes, like, there was a piece missing that we need as part of that, so we may, like, take this piece of their evaluation and do a little piece of this. So it's usually a combination, but sometimes there are evaluations that are taken if they meet all the criteria.
When you say we're required, where's that requirement coming
So
from?
it's based on the licensing of the different assessment people. So they have requirements to qualify as learning disability and how they look at those standard procedures for disability. And so through their training of the school psychologist or for speech, they have, like, within their evaluations, there are different types of kits and different evaluations. They have standard protocols that they use and how to administer those evaluations. So it's using all of those, and there's some pieces like the testing kits have to be within certain years, and, like, if I just there's certain rules on all different types of tests. So, like, if I gave a Woodcock-Johnson, I can't give another Woodcock-Johnson within a year. So there's different rules based on what assessments they're doing, and as professionals, they look at different pieces and look at the profile of the kid to determine what evaluation pieces.
So when a student is identified through the testing to go through this a dyslexia program is what I've heard you talk about, is there a cost to the district for doing that?
Well, I mean, assessment staff, we have assessment staff that provide evaluation.
Is there a limited number of seats?
No.
So, I mean, and I'm not trying to be difficult, but I'm just trying to say
Yes.
that.
It would just be time.
Manpower.
Manpower.
Yes,
The
and I have a
manpower, that's what
slide
I'm
that
trying to
I've
get
asked
at.
them to
Hour
look
right
at.
there, you gotta go through and you got a certain amount of days to get through it.
That's, I guess that's what I'm trying to get at is, you know, if a parent is coming in with an outside test that says, I've gone through so and such program, and it shows that my child qualifies as being dyslexic, where do we put them in line, and why are we not putting them in the line just because they have not gone through our testing? And I'm just trying to figure that out. So it sounds like to me, the manpower, you said we're required to go through our testing.
Well, we're required to have, there's certain pieces that's required in an evaluation, for a full individual evaluation.
Okay.
So like, for instance, there could be like, for us to determine that a student has autism, they have to be in multiple settings that they're seeing those same rating scales. So if we got an evaluation that they only looked in one setting, maybe they only looked in the home setting and they've never had them in a school setting, so that could potentially require us to do additional testing, to do observations in a school setting. So there's different pieces of that, of what requirements are for them to look at the full piece of that.
So if you had more people to spread that manpower, do you think the district would be more inclined to allow more students to come into the dyslexia program?
I don't think that we would put any barriers on the student comes in based on our assessment staff. I mean, right now, we're contracting staff and have for years. I mean, now we're just contracting a lot more, but we're required by law to do all the evaluation if we assume there's a disability. We wouldn't say, oh, we're not going to do it because we don't have the staff.
I mean, I'm asking these questions because
Yeah,
obviously
well,
we're very vested we're very
Right.
vested in this, and I think it's you know, this is certainly not going away, and we want our children, we want our youth, everybody here wants his youth to get the resources, and this may be the right time to really start considering, because we've had financial workshops on, you know, we're leaving pennies on the table. Do we need to go after those pennies? You know, all kinds of stuff going on. And dyslexia is at the forefront of a lot of us on this board. So that's why I'm asking. We're asking tough questions because we need to know how we can get better and provide resources for you. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms.
Yeah,
Duggan.
so who sets those testing standards and how or why is it that those standards aren't communicated via both the educational sector and the private sector? So how could we, as a district, I guess, communicate those standards to an outside testing source?
It depends on the different tests. So there's different requirements per each test. So it's not as simple, which most kids that have an evaluation, there are multiple tests given. So because they're looking at all areas. So there's not like one test. As far as like if it's talking about, you know, I know the question came up about independent evaluation. So under the law, if we do a full individual evaluation and a parent disagrees, they have a right at the district's expense to get an independent evaluation. We've had 57 this year of those related to 23 students, meaning that there's 23 students that asked them, but they may have multiple evaluations, like or whatever. But within those and the criteria we give that out when a parent asks for an independent evaluation. We give that criteria so if they ask for testing for a learning disability. So we actually send that criteria to the parent when we say, yes, we'll do this, and it has all that criteria within the
Who
letter.
sets the standards for the criteria?
So the standards are set up by like the different, like for the speech organization and different things. It's a little different in our area because like speech and school psychologists, they're not certified through TEA. So diagnosticians have a certification through there, but they have their outside boards. So their board sets that criteria of what they're looking for standards and disability. Same for diagnosticians, and there's pieces of that within there like Woodcock-Johnson or WISC or different testing. There's criteria and how they look at those G levels for that.
But that's not communicated with the private sector?
Well, it should be because they would be doing that, and there's pieces of that. I mean, in the private sector is the same as us. There's a shortage of assessment staff across because I know the question came up of, you know, outside evaluations are taking here. Well, we we can't put a timeline on an outside, that's the point, it's an independent evaluation. We will absolutely keep contacting them, but we don't put a timeline. In fact, we have timelines on our evaluations. An independent evaluation, there is no timeline on. They could take as long as they want to, and all we would keep doing is if it was when that, we just have to keep a contract annually for that. So the same boat is for them, is there's a shortage of assessment staff everywhere. So we're typically finding that even our IDs are typically over a year, it's taking them to complete them right now.
So you're saying, oh, go ahead, sorry, go ahead.
Just a question on your 39 that were denied testing. Do you know how many or if any were ego-dys?
I could look at, I can go back and look
Okay.
at that. We are talking
Thanks.
about additional procedures of follow-up of that.
Appreciate it.
I'll look at that.
So you're just so I'm clear, so you're saying you will accept an outside evaluation as long as it's to the requirements that you guys have within the district? And so that's the problem that we're seeing though, is that the outside evaluations aren't the full evaluations that you guys are.
Are there missing pieces of the evaluation that's required?
Because you would think with the shortage of manpower, an outside evaluation would be a bonus, it'd be a win for everybody.
Right. And that's just what we're seeing.
So that's the problem then, getting the standardized tests to the outside evaluators, is what you're saying?
Well, what's happening with them as well is like, when we're getting their evaluations back, sometimes they're missing pieces that we have required. Like as far as that, like they didn't do one piece of the test or different things like that that we have to go back in and do.
Okay. So it's a miscommunication between.
Yeah, and we have, like, they're welcome to call us at any point we have a contract with them. So, and like, unless it's outside, like, if you're talking about an independent evaluation, if it's someone that we're paying for, I mean, we have a contract with them and we have some, like, things that we can do, but if it's an outside evaluation, a lot of times they're doing that before they come to us. They're always welcome to call us and communicate
So
with
if the
us.
parent would just reach out to you first, you could give them the specifications.
Absolutely, yeah.
So on the outside evaluation that you haven't asked for, when the parent brings that to you and there's a cost that they've paid out of pocket, is there a level of reimbursement that goes
There
back
is
to them,
not.
or it's on their own dime?
There is not unless an evaluation's been completed and they disagree with ours, then we have an obligation to do, at our expense, an evaluation per FIP.
And then is there a level of how much we are able to spend on that evaluation?
And we typically, that ranges, what we get that is we kind of work with the districts around us in our service centers, and it changes each year. So, and only for us, we kind of, as a district, with our service centers, all amongst us, kind of, it's like by Medicaid billing, it's like a 30% piece of that, of how they figure out the cost. And so we do send that cost out when we agree to do an ID. That information is all included. And then sometimes, like, if a parent calls us and it's within a reasonable amount, we'll adjust the amount, because we haven't had a contract yet. And sometimes if it's not reasonable or we're not seeing that, because what we do is we'll look at, like, what the trends are of what we're getting. Like, for LD testing, we're typically seeing it's around, $2,500 to $3,000. So if that's what we're seeing as our trend, we'll say, like, so if we get a bid that's $6,000, that's way above that, and you can get that evaluation typically within that, we would say we need someone that's reasonably within. And then there's rules like that we have within that, and I can send you like what our criteria is. We have an entire criteria that we send out when a person asks for an IDE, and it talks about like within so many mile radius and all of these things that is reasonable. Unless there's someone in the area that can't do it, and sometimes we reach out to other areas that we pay for them to do that.
Okay, thank you.
If a person is denied at CISD and they go to an outside evaluator and they follow all the specifications and they spend more than the allotted number that you're discussing, can they just pay the difference and then you guys reimburse that specific amount?
So we actually do a contract with, so if we are doing.
I don't think they're talking about
the same
IEPs.
thing.
I think they're just talking about
The
general, a
evaluation,
parent in general comes in.
Because
with an
parents are
IEP.
frustrated, they're just kind of reaching wherever, and some have the resources and some don't have the resources, so they're just reaching for whatever they can do to help. So if they're denied, is what I'm asking, if they're denied at CISD and they go and get an outside evaluation that follows all the specifications that you're talking about, and they pay more than this allotted amount that you reimburse, how does that work?
Well, if they seek their own outside evaluation, we do not reimburse that. If we've completed an FIE under the law, we're required to pay for an independent evaluation.
Okay.
So it's different because we don't pay if someone on their own goes and does an idle side eval. So if they do not agree with our evaluation, by law, we're required to offer them an IE, and they can accept that. And then we work with the contract and work with them, and we have, the guidelines that we give the parents. And, people ask that we have people for that. We do have a list that's kind of maintained from the service center, but a parent, as long as they meet the criteria for like a diagnostician, all of those pieces, they can pick their own person. But we do have a list for parents that don't know who to go to, but they don't have to keep that list.
How many do we have on that list, do you know?
It depends. So it depends on what area it is. So what we typically do is based on what the evaluation is.
Okay.
And so what we do is send a list of what we have. Some are more than others. So I don't know. It depends on who it is. I can send you what the service center has as our list currently of who we have, because we kind of keep it maintained. And we have vendors that will call, or people that will contact us and ask to be on our list, and we'll add them. So it's always kind of moving around. But obviously there's certain areas that there's more than others.
I have a question I forgot to ask earlier. Is it possible to file for the HB 1525 grant for dyslexia?
Oh, I meant to say that. It's already on my desk and partially filled out.
Yeah. And so I can talk about why we didn't complete that last year, because we did address that question. We had some parents that asked that. We have also, on top of the ESSER funds, are sped ESSER funds. So we had additional funds that we had already budgeted for CAL training. And last year, and we're currently in that, we were doing an autism grant. And so when you do a grant, there's different things and lots of paperwork to do it. And we didn't feel like we felt that we could cover what we needed to at the moment. And so her and I are working for this year with the ESSER funds going away and not having those additional funds. We're going to be looking at for our CAL training. But that is why we didn't apply last year, because we were on it with other districts doing an autism grant. And we had already factored into the budget for our funds for special education to pay for the CAL training. Okay.
Can I ask, this might just be a really silly question, but maybe it'll help some people out there. Let's say we go through, we've evaluated a child, we don't think they've qualify for dyslexia or whatever it may be, and the parent disagrees. Why instead of spending all the money to go get the kid tested, why wouldn't we just say, you know what, okay, they qualify? What are the rules associated with that? Why can't we just say, okay, we'll let you in, we'll just let you in? Can we do that, or what are the rules?
Evaluation is so there's two pieces. You have to have a qualifying disability by law under an FIE. You have to have a disability, and then you have to have a need for special education services. There's two prongs under the law for that. So if we don't have an evaluation that qualifies a student with a disability, we don't get to go to the second prong. In some cases, we've had students, like that's what we talk about, our mild students that have a disability and they don't have a need for special education services, and they still aren't in special education for that reason. But there are prongs, and there's the requirements under our legal framework on what we have to do that. And then our full individual evaluation drives everything that we do as far as planning. So our evaluation drives all of our decisions for like our IEP and IEP planning and present levels and strengths and weaknesses. All of those things, that IEP plan that we create is based on an evaluation. So if that evaluation doesn't say there's a need for that, you can't have an IEP that's not following your full individual evaluation.
And that's our professional, and there be a DIAG or LSSP. It's that credentialed person that is completing that. Okay.
One of the things that I heard a lot from the DIAGs and LSSPs that I did talk to in the district is that, and again, I don't have the answer for it, but there's very little communication, enough time allowed or available for them to actually communicate with the classroom teacher on each child's individual plans. And that then becomes a shortcoming for that student after all that time invested in everyone's part, and a disservice to the student. And then the other thing is the disconnect between what's being done in the dyslexia classroom doesn't mesh with what's actually happening in instruction in the classroom. And that becomes a disconnect for them as well. Those were the two things that I really heard that outside of what we already saw is not working in a closet, I mean, we all know it's money and space and time. I mean, we know that, but there are those two that are not, I mean, except for the time on that, them not being able to communicate. Here we get this plan, it just gets handed to a teacher, and then the teacher's got to figure out what it all means and make it work in the classroom.
There is a middle piece because every special education student has a case manager, and so they have a special education teacher that's really their go-to for that. So a lot of times they're really that gap of communication between our assessment person and our general ed teacher, is they should be highly involved in that as well.
But I've heard that becomes the issue as, well, that's not my job, that's her job. I don't have time for that job, that person's got it. And it's all because everyone is on overload.
I agree. Yeah. And so I do have the slide that's related to the testing time. Obviously, this is, not exact minutes, but this is kind of what they put together is how much time it takes them in completing evaluations for the different areas. Yeah.
These are hours.
Those are by hours.
Okay.
They're not
6 minutes,
for sure.
okay?
Right.
Down to a science, right?
And if I could say, the dyslexia total time, those are those evaluations that are only testing for dyslexia.
Which are your your 504 evaluation. So really, most of them are falling under the LD evaluation. Yeah, so this is currently where we are. This has our assessment staff listed. And all those were included on the thing. So when I sent out the survey, I sent it out to all of our assessment-related services staff. So it actually did also include like our physical therapists, occupational. They also test as well and do related services. They were also included on that. And then it shows our vacancies. So, speech is obviously, that has been an issue in the state for a long time. It's really bad right now. So we're 10.5 short on assessment and 5.5 for services.
Are we contracting any speech language pathologists as well?
Absolutely, yes, we have to.
Always.
Actually, we're one of the only districts in the area that we're still covering speech on all campuses. I have director friends in other districts that are sending out letters at this point that they do not have any speech services that are going on their campuses. So I can say for the most part, we've been able to spread, and with contracted services, which we're spending millions of dollars on a year, we are able to cover at least most of them with doing some compensatory time in the summer for speech.
Is that because of a decrease in the qualified professionals, or is that because of an increase in the need?
I think it's both. There are people leaving the field. Speech has been a long time. It's been a shortage area. It's a very it's hard. It's a very hard field. And also speech pathologists work in the medical field. So we've lost a lot of them. So they are clinical as well. So a lot of them have left education because they get paid more. And a lot of times then they have more flexible hours in the medical world.
Yeah, and it's oftentimes better for them to leave the school district than contract with you guys and work with the school district.
That's correct. So we get into, pendulum swings of that where for a while we'll be good, and so all the districts will kind of get together and say we're going to try to keep from having a lot of contracts, and then at this time right now everyone's contracting. So at the same time we do have staff that leave us and go to contract companies, and then we're paying people that were once our staff members that are working with us. Yep. So that is our shortage for diagnosticians and LSSPs as well. So we did a survey, and y'all have all of that information. But I hit some highlights, so y'all have all of the notes on that. But I kind of highlighted some pieces of what I saw the most reported in the survey. What's the bulk of your day spent doing? I don't think this was a surprise to any of us in schools when we looked at this. Paperwork, district do to improve work environment, these are the top things that we saw. Obviously, y'all have the full list that has some other areas of there, more staff, increased salaries. A big area that I really haven't, being newer in the district, haven't thought about as much and should have, is workspace. Almost all of our assessment staff share offices. It's very, very rare that any of them have their own workspace, and sometimes they have 3 to 4 people that are in their office. So, like completing an evaluation, they're having to go find a spot to test the student, and then they would have to, or we have therapy or different areas. So they're all working around each other, so there's very limited office space. And then our facilitators is an option that, I've kind of talked a little bit to Dr. Null about as well, about adding that, because they could complete those ARD meetings, and then that way we could focus more on assessment.
The ones I talked to said it is not uncommon. 7 hours a day they are dealing with ARDS, and then there's no other time to do anything else, including testing. And an ARD facilitator is less expensive than a trained LSSP, diagnostician, so on and so forth. And so that could make, if they're well-trained, it could save money and free up.
Right. Absolutely. And one of the things, the only thing that we typically do our facilitation more at secondary level, because a lot of times in elementary ARD assessments involved, so an assessment person has to be there.
Right.
So you'll see the highest amount, like you'll get other districts, and I've been in a district where we utilize ARD facilitators for almost all of our secondary meetings, so really it freed up our assessment staff. And we even right now are currently using our high school diagnosticians who have less testing, because you're not having a lot of initials, and they're covering ARDS for our speech students, and they're also covering assessment at all of our elements. So we're working with what we have to try to work around the system. And more clerical help. So these are their top things that can improve their work environment. What could we eliminate? Sharing office spaces, having to run IEP meetings, large caseloads, and campus duties. So, those are all things that we're going to look at.
I'm shocked that they have campus duties.
Yeah, they have a lot of them.
Mine do too. Yeah.
But it's still shocking.
I'm sure for the most part that's going to be at elementary campuses where we short staff the campus.
Yes.
Y'all have the full list that has a lot more of small ones.
More money.
19% are better compensation, uninterrupted workspace, recognition of good work, better communication within my department, more clerical assistance, and additional support from administration.
This is exactly the type of survey I mentioned earlier with the teachers that I would like to see.
It's great. And we had, just overall, so we have about 240 assessment staff. We had 190 completed. They had a short turnaround.
It was a very short turnaround. If you, I just want to state, I greatly appreciate it, because out of this whole panel, I was really disappointed not to have parental or parent input and teacher in the trenches input, but which included LSSPs and diags and all of that. So I know how short this turnaround was, and I appreciate it. I greatly appreciate the time and effort they put into it. I'd really love to see, like Ms. Dungan said, the other area input on it. But I also understand what Dr. Knoll is saying. You got to be careful about what you ask for. So
We had some parents, though.
yeah, no, we did. We did speak with some parents, and we did tonight have parents, and the 3, but I'm just saying, I had just wanted to hear from parents in high school and different levels and stuff. We worked through it, we got through it, but.
And then, just so you know, as a parent survey, I didn't know if you're aware of this, that because of our size district, we're required by law every year, TA does a parent survey for us. We haven't had great participation in that, but we're required by law because of our size that we do a special education survey that's given to the state. And I can share that information of what we've had.
How does that go out?
last year.
How is that advertised?
So we're required to send it out. There are certain things that we're required, but it's from TEA, and it's through like a consulting company that does it. And we have to show them how we send it out and those pieces. We've had very low turn, in my opinion. Like we need to improve. It's a long survey, so that's my prediction on what parents don't complete it. required by us by our size every year. So
Is it
if
an
you're
email?
It does go out by email. I think we did email for that information. I can say that last year, my assistant director, who is no longer with us, was over that survey, so I don't have as much information as I should on that, but I will for this year. It starts, I think, typically at the end of February, we start getting notice of it, and so I can look back at what was given out on that, but yeah, I'll get that information, what we had last year.
I tell you, like most things, people don't feel out things when everything's going well.
Mm.
When things are going bad, they get to write.
Yeah.
Take that as a compliment. I've never filled it out.
And then they asked us as well to look at, like, they asked about salaries in different things, neighboring districts. Some things that were brought up in the other presentations that I wanted to share, that we do offer working on Saturdays to complete evaluations and being paid for that for extra duty. And then we also offer assessment staff the opportunity to do testing in the summer. This summer, we completed 90 evaluations through that. We had about 65 of our staff members that did it. It's extra pay. I mean, honestly, I'm just going to be honest, they're tired.
They were,
by summer.
yeah.
And so that was, we typically have a bigger turnout. We have probably our least amount this summer.
And I heard that from many of the ones that I talked with. They all said, frankly, I'd love to do it for the extra money. Even the weekend, even Saturday, they're just exhausted.
Right.
They're burnt out.
So that is an option that we currently already do. We do times of the year because we are afraid of burnout. So we don't allow every Saturday. We'll go through Central or allow them to take a break. Not that they aren't probably still working, but it's not encouraging at this time. And then this was our neighboring district, which, and you can look at the days of their contracts, which most of them are similar to ours.
1,700 kids. I bet you're right.
Oh, LSSP, that's LSSP. And then you can see, obviously, I put the said population with it of what the sizes of the districts are and what they're currently, and this is what's listed, is what we have access to, or what they're doing as far as stipends for different districts.
Why is Magnolia so much higher?
Well, I can specifically speak on that because I was a director in Magnolia for 8 years. But I can speak on that because there was a huge shortage and they only had 2 LSSPs when I went into Magnolia. And so their salaries were so high because there was a shortage in that area. And so once they've been paid that much,
You can't take it down.
Growing.
Yeah.
So that is why their pay is up. When I went in, which was 11
You set the bar. Yeah.
So this is our next step. We're looking at additional retention stipends. One thing that I can say has been a problem for us is we've had late resignation. And so I really was hoping that we could look at potentially if someone signs by April or May of this year for next year, because when they resign in June and with the shortage, we have no chance of filling that. But if they would sign at that point, looking at a stipend like in September 1st, so that first paycheck, so they signed with us and they return. Increase of pay, additional assessment staff. One piece we're looking at for our facilitators is we have people that are going through the DIET program, and what we're going to look at this year is we've had about 8 to 10 that are, right now what we do is we just mentor them, but they don't necessarily have a position, they're doing it on their own time, like outside of their teaching job. We're looking at potentially bringing them on as our facilitators so they can actually be really highly trained by the time they start as a diagnostician, because one of the areas that is always a concern for our diagnosticians is the art piece. They don't really teach that. They only really teach them how to assess. So really, most of their time is spent doing art meetings. So they would come in with that knowledge of being an art facilitator, and it would increase our assessment staff. And then additional clerical support.
Could we recruit that way? Like work with universities to bring in, these students need to pay for their schooling. I mean, if they're coming in.
Recruitment, and then we're looking at adding that as
part of one of our new leadership strands for next year. We currently have a leadership strand for aspiring assistant principals and teacher leaders. We're rolling in a strand for assessment staff for special ed. So that is something that we're working on.
Yeah, because that would be, I mean, if they're already looking to be going into it and we can already start, it's kind of like I'm thinking of a student teacher. You get a student teacher in your school or your district, then they kind of buy in and they want to work there, and So I was thinking that would, if you've already got them going through, we get them in here and they're doing that by the time they get out, and they're making money.
Right. Yeah, we're hoping we do, and we do work with Sam Houston. They come to our Region 6 Directors meeting. They represent the assessment staff, so we do recruit with them, but there's just not a lot of people going through the program right now.
Any other questions for this crew? Thank y'all so much.
Awesome.
Thank you
so
so
much.
much. Yeah.
Appreciate you.
So we have just one more item, and this will be a quick conversation, but item 4 is recruitment and retention strategies for hard-to-fill positions. Seems like appropriate conversation after what we've heard, and really all we're looking for tonight is to get some feedback from you. We've heard from the staff today. We know there are things like higher pay, they need more help, more staff, and they need space. But those things all cost money in their long term, and we can't necessarily do that right away, and we'll have to work through that in the budget. But there's other things that we saw that I want to get your feedback on, and that's things like flexible schedule or work from home situations. That's something that we have never done in Conroe ISD. We've always been very traditional in the way that we have functioned and never allowed work from home from any positions. I know that we've had requests, you saw it in some of the surveys with our testing staff, especially in places where they don't have a room in their building. But other local districts do allow 1 day a week to work from home to complete their assessments. We've heard it in technology as an area where we're seeing other local districts, and certainly the industry standard is potentially to have a hybrid model of people working from home. Even to the point where we're seeing other school districts are going through their District of Innovation process and looking at contracts and providing more flexibility into their contracts, meaning teachers going to a 10-month contract or administrators on an 11-month contract, and allowing more flexibility in the days, because we are still very traditional on this is the start date, this is the end date, these are the vacation days. We don't necessarily count days that they work over Christmas break or days that they work over spring break. So we've been very traditional. I'm not asking you to solve the problem today. What I just need is feedback on, are y'all okay if we begin to look at some of these more flexible options, or do you want us to stay more with the traditional of where we've always been? And I'm just looking for conversation on that to guide us in our action.
I think the ideal goal is to get more teachers or more retention and keeping them happy, if that's what it takes to keep them happy. It's also about consistency too. Or other people convinced, well, you get a day home, but I don't. And
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
And that's why we've never done it, right? Because it's easy to, no one does it.
And determining
If we begin to do it, there's always going to be somewhere where the line gets drawn, and whoever's on the other side of the line is going to be.
Could it be more of a reward too? Like if you've done so many years or something, then you get the option? I don't know.
I think we'd have to be careful of running into a legal issue with that, just to make sure that we weren't treating people different.
Yeah.
That might be a challenge.
Yeah.
But I think by job function, legally we'd be okay, right? So if we decided it was.
I think you gotta do whatever. Times have changed. We have to adapt and be understanding that it is what it is. And we got a shortage, and we're trying to make sure we keep good people. IT for sure. I don't see why my IT people in California they do a phenomenal job. So that function for sure. And if folks are just doing assessments and so forth, as long as we don't have sensitive documents going home, et cetera, then I don't see any reason why we shouldn't entertain that at least.
I'd at least like to see a list of hard-to-fill positions, so I know what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
I understand IT.
I think the honest answer, just to be honest right now, is every position's hard
Every.
to fill. I mean, I'm just like, that's the real answer. So I think, are we willing to go and look at our positions that could function in this way? Like,
all of these that have to write reports, they have a little different situation. And if they weren't having to be in a room that no one else can use during that report writing time, then that room would be freed up for another
Sure.
person to be in there, even if they were flip-flopping, who was working and writing on reports at home on a day, or, you know, whatever, that would allow for flexibility and space.
Yeah.
I think the answer is yes across the board.
Well,
It's not a, you know, and it wouldn't be a, I would, what I would tell you is, you know, we're cautious and conservative by
Yeah.
nature, so you know, I don't see this as being something we would go crazy
wild.
with. I think it would be potential for assessment staff 1 day a week to see, and we pilot it, right? We see how that works. The same thing potentially in technology. It's not, you can go live in California, it's a hybrid
Right.
where,
Right.
you know, maybe there's a certain number of days a week in that they're out, and we can pilot that and see, and then go from there. And I think on the contract piece for all employees, I think that's a further conversation, but if it's one that, I do think that it's worth looking at, because we can do this to ourselves sometimes, that we are such rule followers that we create hardships for ourselves out there. Not that we want to break rules, it's just that to look at it in a new way, sometimes we're a little slow to come around to a new way of seeing the world, and everyone around us moves a little quicker, and then we look antiquated and cumbersome in the way that we move. And so if you're okay with us at least looking at it, we can begin. And that the contract piece is a long-term conversation. That's not a quicker deal, but the potential with that, if we consider future you know, reopening our District of Innovation plan, which is what we'd have to do, and considering the contracts as part of that, what that would create in the future for you all is potentially different options on a calendar, more flexibility on the calendar. Right now, we're pretty boxed in on the calendar because of what it is, but it could provide more opportunities. Now, what I don't think that means for us is a 4-day work week. Somebody out there is going to hear that and think 4-day work week, because other districts are doing that. Those are small districts. That's not us.
They are very
We have a
small.
3-tier bus system. I have no idea. There's no way I can see that happening, but it could create a little more flexibility for us in the calendar. So,
if I may,
please.
Since you're being honest,
Mhm.
all right, so it's,
He's lined up.
other than this.
And
yeah.
finally I
You know how
started,
you-
yeah, finally I started.
that's how it works. No, I will say this, yeah, I think obviously we look into everything, but I will also tell you that I've talked with CFOs across the state that they are not in favor of work from home. Productivity goes way down, and they're trying to get all those people back in the office.
They are fighting
They
that.
are trying,
They are.
but the other part of it is for recruitment and retention. I also believe that, yes, those flexibilities need to happen, but I also think that we as a district and as a board and as leadership need to figure out a way to create a more harmonious environment for our teachers. They are under the gun, and they have a bullseye on them, and I'm hearing from them all the time. They're constantly afraid to come talk to the board, or they're afraid to come forward because they're just under so much scrutiny and under a it's in bad shape. And so when you talk about recruitment and retention, it falls on all of us as well to figure out a way to get off their back and let them do their job and allow and show them that we support them and creating that environment as well.
Good
I
or
think
bad,
that needs to be a
right.
part of it as well.
Yeah, and I agree with that, certainly, because they're wonderful and they do. And, you know, we've talked a lot about surveys, and I just want to circle back to the single largest survey that we've done in this district was a workforce survey that brought us recognition as the highest rated school district in the city as far as where teachers want to work, and in the top 50 in the state as far as an employer. So people want to work here. It's just really hard.
That's what I
and
was
so
just
it's
gonna
like, how do we support them? Like, and I think that's important. It's an important note, and I think it's important that we know that when we have conversations like this, none of it is adversarial to our staff, but we need to make sure that we say that so that they don't feel that, because
Right.
I'm afraid that sometimes they do. They feel like when we have these conversations that it is being adversarial. And this is not the board against teachers or the board against administrators or administrators against teachers. We're all on the same team here,
Yes.
and that's important all of our teachers understand that, and that we're never trying to create currents that say it differently. It doesn't mean we'll always agree on stuff,
Sure.
but we're all on the same team, and they've shown us that they want to be here, and the reality is the community has shown us as well, because there's school districts all across the state that are trying to figure out where kids are, and we know where they are. They're in Conroe ISD because they keep moving here. So there's a, you know, it's not like we have some reputation out there where people don't want to be here, or we wouldn't be adding 3,000 kids a year. So all of those are positives.
Yeah.
We have to be able to address the situation to get better, because we know we're not perfect. There's plenty of things that we can get better on. Some things we can get better on right away. Some things we're going to need financial support to help us get better on. But I feel like we just need to make sure that all of us here stay in that mindset, to your point, to let the teachers know that we know their jobs are hard. We're going to do all we can to support them. We'll never be able to do as much as we want. Any of us. We'll always want to do more.
There'll always be a time, money, and
Absolutely.
space crunch.
But I think they recognize that too. And just them knowing that we know how hard it is and that we want to do more means the world to them as well. So I mean, I think that your point is just well made, and I appreciate you saying that, because there are times that I get the opportunity to speak for the 10,000 of us employees, and that this is that opportunity to say that we all want to be on the same team, pulling the same direction.
Very good.
So, all right, anything else tonight? Okay,
Good job, guys.
that's it. Thank you very much.